The Great Gospel of John, Book 8. There is no copyright for this book. This is God's Word, and God's Word is free. It may be copied freely on condition that the text will not be changed. Original German book, Das Grosse Evangelium John, 1851 to 1864. This book, 8, is translated from the German Book 3, 215, to Book 4, 68. One. Sinning against chastity. Said, if the life of a person is no flirting joke, but instead a very holy earnest, the act of creation can also be no flirtation, but also only a very sacred seriousness. Understand the reason, and you will soon within you clearly comprehend all of it. The pleasant sensations of the act itself should not be the motive for the action, but alone that a human being is conceived. If you grasp this, you will soon find that the pleasant sensations are only accompaniments which facilitate the begetting of man in the nature of the flesh. If you are urged on by the main reason, then go and act, and you will commit no sin. But there are nevertheless some points to be properly considered. This act must not happen outside the sphere of true love for one's neighbour. But a main reason for true love for one's neighbour is this: do to your neighbours what you would have them do unto you. Well, suppose you had a blossoming daughter who is a joy to your fatherly heart. You will care for nothing more than for the true happiness of your most beloved daughter. Your daughter may be mature and, therefore, capable of conception. But how would you feel if an otherwise healthy man came, driven by the urge to beget a child with a virgin, and by force begot a fruit with your daughter? You see, that would fill you with a fearful rage against such an offender, and you would never again let him out of your sight without the sharpest possible chastisement. And nonetheless, this person would have committed no sin against decency because he was seriously urged not to sow his seed outside a good vessel, whereby a possibility of conceiving a person would be cut off. But the act is nonetheless sinful, on the other hand, because true neighbourly love was grossly violated. Imagine that a serious desire meets you abroad. You met a woman there on a field, and you persuaded her through money and words to give in to your desire. And the woman agreed. You would not have committed a sin against decency, nor adultery, even if the person was the proper wife of a man. But if you had thought about what great and highly dismal embarrassment and prosecutions the woman would suffer if her husband said to her, "Woman, speak truly. Who laid this seed in you, since I have not touched you since this or that time?" You see that you have destroyed the domestic peace between the married couple. That is a crude sin against love for one's neighbour. for you should have been able to save yourself for a more decent opportunity. Even if your desire was serious and not mere lustful passion. You can see from this that a man, at such an otherwise very correct act, not contradicting true chastity, must consider all other human side circumstances, if he does not want to sin against some law. But a man can commit unchastity as well with his wife as with a whore, and even worse. For with a whore there is nothing left to ruin, because everything has already been ruined anyway. But a wife can become overexcited, and thereby run into a passionate desire, whereby she then can become a much greater whore than a single woman. Whoever lies with a single woman sins against chastity, because his act only served, and had to serve, the gratification of mere lust, but not the begetting of a human being, as pure reason must tell him that one does not sow wheat on the highways. Beside the sin against chastity, the one who lies with a whore violates his and the whore's human nature, because he thereby easily does great damage to his nature, and hardens the blind whore, making her more incorrigible, which again is a sin against the neighbourly love. But whoever lies with a woman who has been made a whore sins in the same way twofold and fourfold, if he is himself a husband, because thereby he also commits adultery. As you are a pure-thinking man, I think now that this little is enough for you. All the more so since a man like you, anyway, knows what is befitting for a man who is decent in every respect. Jura says, "Yes, Lord and Master, now everything is clear to me, and I also know now where the many bad species of unchastity must lead. Yes, now everything is clear. In all things there is only one truth valid before God, which is founded in the eternal order. Everything less, more, and besides is of evil." I said, "Yes, that's how it is, and how it will also eternally remain. But now the sailors that were sent out are coming back with their dead people. My servant Raphael must now go there and help them to lay the corpses in the correct way. Otherwise their healing tomorrow will be made more difficult." Raphael quickly hurries over and establishes everywhere the best order. The sailors, however, only then head to their evening meal. Two. Argument of the Pharisees about the divinity of the Lord. With all this which had befallen and happened after this Sabbath meal, the day's work could be seen as over. But one never rests in heaven from doing good, just as hell never rests from doing evil. And so for this Sabbath something very special had been held back and had to be actively ended before midnight. An argument had developed between the 50 Pharisees, at whose head were the leader Stehar and the speaker, who was now well known to us, Florin. These half-baked people had thought up all sorts of doubts in one of Iran's tents during the storm, and the present laying out of the corpses confirmed some of their doubtful opinions about me and my deeds. Only among them, the opinion was shared that the better part accepted very celebratory that I was an extraordinary prophet, something like Elijah, but a darker part thought that despite all great study of the scriptures, I was only a scholar from the catacombs of Egypt and had learnt wisdom and genuine magic in the temples of Karnak. I was, therefore, so well accepted by the Romans. For among the Romans, the genuine magicians were revered more than the gods, for the Romans considered such magicians to be the fingers of the god Zeus, who works among the people and is very disposed to the great people. But Romans were very clever people and knew that the Jews were not to be trusted until they had become Romans, body and soul. Such a thing could be ensured most easily if one worked the Jews, who were the most miracle-seeking, through such an arch-magician from the school at Karnak, but so that the Jews also found their Moses and their prophets in it. And that had happened now, and with the most visible success in the world. For whoever did not convert through words and miracles, several cohorts of Roman soldiers constantly stood at the ready to frighten him into conversion. Therefore, at every opportunity, the temple in Jerusalem was incriminated with all power. One would raise only the bad things, but the good things would be left unnoticed and never mentioned with even one syllable, while it was, of course, well known how much good the temple was untiringly performing. Stahar and Florin, who certainly had more than the others a better conviction about me and the Romans, truly made a great effort to dissuade their colleagues from such opinions. But they did not manage much, although they presented me with all force as a prophet in the category of Elijah. The opponents said, "Look over there, how medically, workmanlike, the 9 drowned people are laid with their heads facing out and their faces to the ground. Why then that? A god is all-powerful enough to animate the drowned people without such preparations. But where such genuinely artificial provisions must be made in order to possibly bring the drowned back to life, pure miracle working has a significant problem. Also, the 3 drowned, who were previously risen from the dead, had to be brought into a room so that the cold night air would not harm them, and they would then have a better and fresher appearance the next morning. We know that business very well now." But Florin asked them about their judgment of Raphael, who had then performed the most unbelievable miracles. Certainly, a few stopped and did not know what they should answer. But nonetheless, a main opponent said, "Friend, we know actually nothing. But this is certainly to be accepted, that there are very many secret and undiscovered powers in nature about which none of us had ever dreamed. These have made themselves familiar with it in Egypt and understand how to restrain the secret natural powers in a way that is totally unknown to us, so that such suppression of the mute nature must obviously seem to us lay people to be the purest miracle. If this young person showed us the reason and the tangible advantages and means, we would also be able to perform miracles. Oh, the people can perform very curious things and make the whole of nature subservient, but they nonetheless cannot make something out of nothing. Only God alone can do that. And that is the great difference between the all-power of God and the power of miracles of some enlightened people. Let that young man only create a new earth, with everything that is, lives and breathes on it, and he would certainly become short of breath at such a task. Yes, manipulating the already existent nature is certainly no particular skill for those who understand it. But to create a world out of nothing, or even a piece of grass without seeds, or even a person, but out of nothing at all, then it will soon be shown how far the omnipotence of such people reaches. Florin says, "Yes, friend, I would not like to bet a large piece of gold on it, that both these people, if it really has to be, would not be capable of creating a world out of nothing. I would truly not like to take a chance." Stehar says, "Nor would I, for both have done immense things already." At the same time, such a great wisdom speaks in both of them in all matters, through which all my knowledge and all my experiences are completely beaten down. But where a great wisdom lies visible, God's Spirit is working there, for whom nothing is impossible. If we look back to everything that was possible for Elijah and for Moses, we will also be able to understand, thereby, how both of them could always put their incomprehensible miracles through the same all-powerful Spirit into action. Well, what is it then? If we know that only for the all-powerful Spirit of God things are possible which are impossible to all men, then the same Spirit of God is very easily active, which once called the earth into existence out of nothing, and later performed the most wonderful things through Moses and Elijah. Moreover, I must mention something here, and I ask you, where, apart from in the circles of the children of Israel, did a people ever exist which would have been deeper in wisdom and in its power than we, as true descendants of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob? Who could not have found the true wisdom and power in the house of Jacob? Where else would he have found it? Truly, I know also something about the secret school of Egypt, and know what was taught there. Yes, this school in Korak came into the forecourt at the most, but it never into the Holy of Holies, the centre. But to both of these men, the Holy of Holies, the innermost place, which can be seen at the first glance at them, seems to be as familiar as the inner of a parlour to a housewife. One can immediately see on the cheerful face of a housewife who takes care of everything domestic that the parlour is well stocked, and that one can also see very well with these two, however, just by observing their faces a little, and one sees how they are full of the most cheerful and unworried peace and total lack of concern. Whoever is equipped with such wisdom and power, and can look at the world with such a truly divine calm, and who frets for the greatest storm just as little as the first winter, which the father of fathers Adam experienced for us, he is in the Holy of Holies, a Lord himself and the freest arbiter. He needs no school of wisdom in Karnak, because the Spirit of God has laid a better one through his self into the heart. That is my opinion, and now also my firm belief. And that this belief of mine is good, I can recognize in the fact that I also begin to feel a very divine and free rest in it, which I have never previously felt or sensed. As your former leader, I cannot order you to believe such things, it is true, because they can never be commanded. But I can nonetheless tell you that things are like that, and you with your Egyptian school are walking in the darkest catacombs without a guideline. At the words by Stehar, the speaker now says to the opponents, who have now got smaller in number by a few heads, Yes, yes, dear friend, you have spoken very appropriately and correctly. But our objection is only against the laying out of the 9 drowned people, according to a doctor's demands. For the doctors, as well as the experienced boatsmen, lay out the drowned in this way. And it often happens that they already come back to life because of this. For the water comes out of their lungs through this positioning, and if every little spark of life has not yet been extinguished in the heart, then life returns. For the soul is supposed to remain in the body of the drowned for another 3 days. Therefore, then, in this way, which rests on age-old experience, the reanimation of the drowned is even possible if they have lain in the water for 2 full days. Well, if the true Spirit of God lives in this Elijah of a prophet, why does he need this medical preparation? According to legend, when Elijah animated a whole pile of dead bones and clothed them in flesh, he did not need any medical preparation, but instead his word and his will were enough. Deeds were previously performed by this Elijah as well, alone through the power of the word. Why now such actions with the 9 drowned people? As if he had become devoid of the power of the divine Spirit in him. You see, friend, if you make a tiny dirty spot on an already thoroughly dirty cloth, it will not stand out to any sharp-seeing eye. But on a perfectly purely white cloth, even a dark spot will embarrass you. And it is the same with this great prophet, in whose heart the fullness of the divine Spirit is supposed to live. Every little thing embarrasses it that does not correspond to the great, most eminent expressions, and with the very highest worth of the divine Spirit. If he had only not done that, I would have been able to consider him to be Jehovah himself. For his previous speech and deeds were quite of a divine type. But through this manipulation of the 9 drowned people, he has wiped away the whole previous divine nimbus, and I cannot fully accept it now, and never more. Stehar says once again, Friend, if that embarrasses you so, then I wonder very much how in the end the belief in Jehovah has not embarrassed you. If you have observed the slow growth of the plants, animals, and people often enough, why does the all-powerful Spirit of Jehovah need to make such annoying actions? For what does he need the trees at all, the bushes and the plants, in order to let various types of fruit gradually become ripe on them? If he only wanted it, they would fall from the clouds on the earth already ripe. Why does he need a field on the earth, the Spirit of God, could prefer to let the purest and ripest grain rain from the heavens. And even better still, the best and most tasty bread. Why the procreation of animals and people? Why must a man be first born fully helpless and as weak as a fly? He could fall to the earth already strong, wise and equipped with everything. Don't you think that such a thing would be much cleverer and worthier for the omnipotence of the Divine Spirit than the familiar path of the dilatoriness, as a consequence of which a starving child often must observe a tree for weeks until the fruit becomes ripe on its boughs? What joy would a couple concerned about the well-being of their children have if they already came into the world with all the wisdom of Samuel? Yet they must be born with much pain. Then it needs at least 12 years until a child has managed to become capable of higher education. And then it has to use hard work until it comes of age, so that it receives the demanded firmness in some skill or knowledge. Do you think this appropriate according to the highest wisdom of the Divine Spirit? But if, with all this, the endless divine wisdom does not suffer, how can you now criticize this prophet if he lays the 9 corpses according to the doctor's order? Speak now, my friend. The adversary, who was called Muriel, says, Yes, friend Steha, you are right. I now see the nothingness of my previous remark. But despite all that, there is still something in what I have just said, and that is the dilatoriness of God, which seems to me very correct in many things, but in many other things not at all. Yes, in some ways even more could be dilatory, as for example in destructive lightning and the 2 short days in winter. Also the full moon should keep its full light longer than just a few days. If the lightning did not shoot with such a cruel speed, one could avoid it, and it would then be less damaging. Also the storm winds could blow in slower gusts, whereby much damage could be avoided. One finds in creation mostly an enormous power of God, which harms the animated nature, but where, in my judgment, a longer, often waiting too long has no advantage, there is almost never any progress. Well, every man knows from personal experience that this is so. But why must it be that way? And why must I then not recognize it as good, if it is good? And besides, become impatient and annoyed? Why does it often rain when, according to the recognition of all farmers, the sunshine would be the greatest advantage? And why does the sun often shine for months without any rain in the meantime? Yes, friend, you see, those are sheer important questions. But who can answer them for me? Steha says, There, the great master. Go to him, and I bet he will shed a correct light on it for you. For your questions are too much for me. Yes, so much that I could almost call them foolish, but not because they are really foolish, but instead because they seem foolish to my lack of understanding. Mural says, "Oh, you are a cool customer, and are much wiser than I, and you bear such a witness to my question. How should I step before the very wisest one with this?" Stehar says, "Well then, if you see that, do not ask for the reason of such things and apparitions which God's wisdom has decided since eternity. We people understand very endlessly little. Yes, we actually understand nothing at all. For all our understanding is against the divine wisdom, hardly a speck of sunlight, and he would like to have the justification from God, why he ordered this and that. We have not even come up to the first line of the Alpha, and already we ask about the Omega. Oh, how blind and foolish we must still be." In the school at Karnak, in Egypt, among the blind heathens, such a thing can certainly be normal. But among the children of Israel, who are supposed to see, such questions should certainly not come up. For if the blind do not recognize themselves, then we should recognize that our recognition has achieved the highest possible peak of wisdom if we have reached the opinion that all our knowledge and recognition is sheer nothingness in comparison with only a spark of divine wisdom. Certainly, the pondering spirit of man sees well in the area of the most wonderful creations of God some things that he cannot approve too much in the limitation of his understanding. But then he thinks back to his childhood, in which his wise parents often withheld certain subjects that would have certainly done him, as an inexperienced and frivolous child, great harm if he had known about it. If God's love and compassion now withholds some things from us immature and inexperienced children which, if we knew about them, would certainly bring us to some great and unforeseeable damage, then we can only praise and worship God for it. For if we become capable of a greater wisdom, it will surely not be withheld from us by God. Three, whoever is silent and listens, collects continually. Here, Cyrenius says to me, who had listened very attentively to this rather noisy discussion, "Lord and Master, our leader Stehar has proven himself. I would not have expected such wisdom in him. He silenced his adversaries very easily, and it should be most wondered at that he defeated Muriel, for I have known him as a first-class speaker and consider him to be a person who has made the greatest experience on the dear earth in all places and ends, and therefore knows how to say much, and what he says always has a solid basis. I know him because he constantly came to me as a representative when the Jewish priesthood had a particular concern. He always knew how to clothe his petition in a way that one could never completely refuse it. And therefore I am all the more surprised that Stehar has now fully defeated this Muriel. I am sure you, O Lord, also just laid some little word on his tongue, for otherwise Muriel would have been the obvious victor. Muriel also had a point. His suppositions were not entirely built on sand. But Stehar countered him and showed him things that naturally stand on much firmer soil. Actually, I must admit that there are men among the Jews, even in this most degenerate time, the like of whom cannot be found anywhere else in the world, and I can therefore no longer be their enemy. But I must in any case give Stehar back a position in which he would have a very fruitful sphere according to his wisdom, for he is now completely on your side. I said, yes, he is. I have known for a long time that he will achieve this, but Muriel will be even more important. For Muriel's spirit is one of great firmness, and very many good, useful experiences form the basis of his soul, with whose help he can differ very well between all the true things from the false, and all the good from evil. This Muriel we must awake even more, and show him the only true order of the divine spirit, and he will then be able to show it to the others with immense eloquence. Cyrenius says, but what surprises me very much about your actual disciples here is that they are here as if they were not here at all. They only listen and always open wide their eyes in attention. But there is not talking and speaking among them. Why do they behave so passively then? I said, because all of them but one already knows very well what they have to do. Whoever is silent and listens collects continually. But whoever speaks himself scatters and never comes to real abundance. But if my disciples, who were already with me at the beginning, have once collected very much, then they will also speak, and the salvation will then be announced through them to the nations of the earth. There are extremely wise men among them, although they mostly are poor fishermen. But now, back to our Muriel again. He will still give us a lot to deal with, but after that, he will cross over to a true giant strength of spirit out of his own self-development. Cyrenius says, I am looking forward to this task very extraordinarily much, for I always have great joy when some blind men can see again and the mute can speak. Four, travel experiences of Muriel. While Cyrenius is making such remarks, Muriel joins us, greets me and says, Lord and Master, before, only two spoke for everyone. It was Stehar and Florin. I was silent, it is true, since I agreed with some things completely. But then there were other things with which I did not agree or see. Stehar has now given me a big insight, and I now see much better than I saw before. But there are, nonetheless, some things which I still do not see clearly enough. And since I now think quite differently about you than I thought before, I would like to receive some light from you as well. I was a Pharisee, just like my colleagues. It is true. In as far as Pharisaism bore my refined notions and insights. And I know that you are no particular friend of these prophets of the night. But there are also among this class of people some who have not yet quite lost all the better spirit. And I have always counted myself one of them. And under this auspice I then also dared to come to you and to ask you, not as a Pharisee hated by you, but instead only as a very simple person enriched by some experiences, about some things that not only I, but also every man needs to know. But there is now a certain pre-question, and this consists of this. I am a sinful person, and you are a saint of God. Will you dignify me with a satisfactory answer? I said, whoever recognizes his sins as sins, and actually abhors them, loves God above everything else and his neighbours as himself, is no longer a sinner before me. But to love God above everything means to keep his commandments and not want to live outside the order of God. If this is the case for you, then speak, and I will listen to you and answer you. Muriel says, then, friend, fare you well, for we will have very few words to exchange with one another. What use is it to recognize my sins and to abhor them as much as possible? One evil hour of temptation comes along, and one falls back to the same place 1,000 times over, where one has fallen 1,000 times before. One keeps the commandments of God constantly with a good will, but the deed is often simply too difficult. I also always loved my neighbour, if he was no blackguard or rascal. But if they were the latter, then I obviously did not love him and was certainly not his friend. If they became honest people, then I will also love and respect them again, but otherwise not easily. You now know from my own mouth which spirit's child I am. If you will or can dignify me with an answer, then show me such a thing unashamedly. But if you cannot, just say so, and I will also be satisfied with that. Arrogance and willfulness are quite foreign to my mind. But in any case, there is also no fear in me, because I am no particular friend of any life. So much lies on this life as on the last plank of Noah's Ark. The non-existence would be much more preferable to me than this shabby existence. Why did I have to come into being at all, and now continue? Have I ever been able to ask a God for a creation and an existence? I was created without my own will. I now continue to exist without my will, and must have all sorts of laws and other adversities placed on me, for which I have nothing but a dubious promise, according to which there should be a less miserable life with an eternal existence after this miserable life. In order to be able to take part in this, I should here defeat this life with all the strong temptations, and stand there after the laws purer than the sun at midday. A condition which cannot be fulfilled, except if one had just as divine a nature as you, most respectable friend. But why all of that? Away with this life, for one needs neither a bad, temporal, and even less perhaps in the best case scenario, a somewhat better eternal life. The complete nothingness is the truest bliss in itself. Ah, If I had certain prospects of an eternal, perfect life, then things would be quite different. One would know how and why one must do something in this life so that the following eternal life would be much better equipped, with the highest confidence expected. But it is never the case. Wherever one goes, in whichever school one is initiated, everyone finds a blind faith in the society of a fully unfounded hope, rather than a clear opinion. And so the people have made commandments everywhere for the, let's say, possible realization out of the hope springing from the faith they have, with which they and their fellow men torture themselves in the often most unbearable way, for nothing, and again nothing. I travelled over all of Egypt and sought a clear conviction for life on the other side. What did I find after all these tortures of initiation? Nothing, except an artificially created brighter dream. And they taught me how to analyse the dreams and give them a mystical and prophetical interpretation, which usually was suitable for all occurrences. If I were a weak-minded dreamer like many others, such things would have a particularly great impression on me, and I would believe the foolishness very actively. But as it is, I saw the foundation of all things immediately, despite all the illusions, recognized the deceived in myself, and the master of the high school as the trained and willing deceivers, who do not believe even a syllable of what they teach the others. These people are still the most intelligent. The others who nonetheless believe something are naturally significantly more foolish, and no longer recognize the bright truth which rests on countless identical experiences. Man, you are living only from today to tomorrow. I paid the demanded school and initiation fees, Korak, and left there with the clearest conviction that I had paid the heavy tax in vain. That is, in comparison with what I actually wanted to achieve. On my way, I found a person who joined my caravan, who had been in Persia, and even with the old believers, Burmese, about whom he told me miraculous things. We agreed, after 3 days, to travel to the famous old believers via Persia. Our journey there, coupled with numerous dangers and obstacles, lasted 5 whole weeks. There we found a terribly strict-living nation of penitents, who otherwise were very hospitable and really took us in with much love. Certainly I had difficulties with the language, but my leader mastered it, became my interpreter, and could put me in contact with the famous old believers, who are supposed to descend directly from Noah. In a short time I had learnt so much of their language that I could talk with these good people. My inquiry was, of course, above all concerned with finding out what their conviction about the afterlife was. The answer was, only their highest, immortal priest knew this, who could talk to God decently and could see also the other world and everyone who had crossed over. But this priest was never accessible for any mortal. No one was allowed to near his residence, except once a year, but only up to half an hour away from the great cliff on which he showed himself on the Sabbath morning at the rise of the sun to the mortals for a few moments. But they all had to believe and hope, if they keep the martially unbearable laws. But if any of them sinned, he had to do atonement which would make even Satan shiver. Several such atoners were shown to me, the sight of which made me leave my senses. What happens in the schools of Egypt more seemingly, only to awaken fear and terror, even worse happens there in naked reality. And why do these people, these most foolish animals, do all this? Simply for the sake of hope of a better future life. They force themselves into a false hope so firmly that they even consider these evil deceptions of their poor souls in the end to be the most undeceiving truth. Unfortunately, the priests contribute here everything, because such a deception of the people always gives them a respectable life. The people are foolish in abundance, and therefore allow such a deception to happen to them. But this has not been the case with me for a long time. I want either certainty or a releasing death. I left the old believers after a torture-filled year and went home with a Persian caravan, that is, to Jerusalem, and soon became a Levite and then a Pharisee. Note 1. Barizer equals protector, shepherd. In the temple, and soon after I came here, where I have now been in the service as a Jewish priest for 11 years. I have certainly not made the people more foolish than they already were, neither through words nor deeds. But I have also not made them any wiser, for I thought to myself, whoever is happy in his foolishness should be left alone. For one gives him nothing better, even with the most proven truth. I have now shown you how I actually think and what my intentions are. If the laws made by man, which are hard to keep, decide about a person whether he is innocent or a criminal, then I am obviously a sinner before your legally purest being, and can and may not argue with your holiness. If the law made by man was not before you or before me, but instead man alone, as he is in his nature, then you can just as well argue with me as I with you, despite your divinity, which is actually none of my business. But therefore expect neither thanks from me nor any honour, even if you were Jehovah himself. For then I am his work, and see no reason at all why I should fear you or love you or honour you. Ah, if I had been able to ask you for an existence, then the circumstances would be quite different, even if I were a friend of life. But I have become an enemy of life because I found the poor, honest humanity constantly lingering under the most miserable pressure from all sorts of foolish and empty laws. Only people who understood right from the very beginning how to oppress their fellow man are happy, because they know how to lift themselves above every law. These people pulled the wool over the eyes of their poor fellow men through all sorts of prophecies about the afterlife, so that they themselves could lead a good life here all the more freely. I know these things, and know what I have to think and expect from a future afterlife. Therefore, I also have no fear, neither of the all-powerful God, nor even less of any great and powerful world ruler. I do not fear God, because he must obviously be too wise a being for it to be truly a pleasure to torture a poor worm in the dirt, that he, if he was tired of it, could destroy 1,000 times over with the slightest breath of his mouth. As a highly wise being, God cannot reasonably demand any honour or worship, and also no love from me, because, without me asking or demanding it, he brought me into this miserable existence, which teaches me to hope for a happiness in the afterlife through the mouth of domineering and profit-seeking people. and I am supposed to consider this teaching as sheer truth, while thousands upon thousands of experiences on all sides tangibly show me the most complete opposite, and the great nature shout loudly out of every grave, "Man, your whole life lasts only from today to tomorrow." You can see that there is nothing that can be done for me with the old reputed faith, and with its comforting companion of dear hope, nothing at all. Therefore, give me the truth that will feel alive in me like this existence of mine, and I will be able to do without every faith, as well as every empty hope. Wise and powerful man of Jehovah, do not give us any long and shiny teeth that afterwards do not get anything to bite. I would not have harried you so much, wise friend, if I had not taken from your previous speech and teaching that the truth lives in you, and you are also one who means honesty with the poor humanity. However, should you have a different reason, then leave me with the truth which I have learned hard and bitter through 1,000 findings. "5. Where to find the truth? I said, "Friend, if you have lost something, and you then seek it in a foreign place where you have lost nothing, and stop there. However, if you do not find the lost item, and you wonder why you, after such long searching and all industriousness and much sacrifice, nonetheless have found nothing, even if you are a clever and sober man, in this case you would truly not be it. Behold, right at the beginning of your recognition you found Moses and all the prophets quite empty, spiritless and truthless. You considered them to be something like a vain work of man. You had never even taken the time to look into the spirit of the Scriptures. You preferred to waste time and money in order to seek the truth where it never was to be found. So you found yourself deceived everywhere, and found nothing but lies, hypocrisy, and thickest deception. Your many experiences were therefore also necessarily bitter, and were no good to you up until this day, except that they made you even hate life, and took away all your love and respect and honour for God. But if you had sought the truth only in the right place, you would have certainly found it long ago, just as many before you found it. Believe me, the truth does not demand any belief in the way that you call it belief. Also, no empty, insubstantial hope. But instead it creates in the innermost life a confidence as bright as the sun, and lets no tiny doubt over the coming life. The fullest and most tangible conviction lives in your spirit, if it becomes awake through the love for God and for your neighbour. But of course, neither in the heathen school in Korak, in Egypt, or even less among the old fools in India, can such a thing be found. That all lies much closer to man, and is for every industrious seeker very easy to achieve. But he must seek it there, where it can be found. Otherwise, every effort and work is in vain. One never harvests grapes and figs from thorns and thistles, and the corn does not grow in puddles and quagmires. You also said that you owe God neither love, nor fear, nor even thanks, and that you have never asked Him to give you existence. If your spirit were already awake, it would certainly have shown you what you owe God, the Father of all people. Your flesh and your blood know truly just as little of it as your tunic knows when you are hungry. Here, at this table, however, you will find a certain Philippold from Cain in Samaria. He thought just like you several weeks ago, and his words resembled yours too. Discuss with him, and you will come into some light. But then I would like to give you the right light, and it will then be seen whether God is worth any true and faithful love from you or not. But there opposite me sits the man with whom you should talk. Go over and follow my advice. He will certainly do you more good than the school at Korak. Muriel now heads towards Philippold, going round the long table, and says, "The Master has now sent me to you in order to have some light shed on something by you that worries me very much. Tell me therefore something good and true." Philippold says, "Friend, I have heard everything that you have said before us all in the face of the Lord. I recognize that I once did not think and speak much differently, but the reason lay in me myself. I also sought where I had never lost anything, but where I had lost something, I did not seek there, and therefore found nothing either. Only when this Lord and Master from above and from eternity came to us, my eyes were opened. I realized who I am and why, and I also realized what man is at all, and why he is there. And now, friend, everything is light in me, and no dubious doubt shadows my brightly lit being any longer. Therefore, it will certainly soon be the same with you." (6) The decline of the Egyptian and Indian wisdom. Here Muriel asks Philippold to give him a satisfactory explanation. At this, Philippold says, "My friend and my dear brother, you have experienced much, and you came even to the Indians and to the countries that lie very far beyond the Ganges, right to the mountains on which no mortal has set foot. And you went so far into Egypt to where the Nile rages and roars over the cliffs. The old cliff temple of Jabu Simbil was not unknown to you, and you heard the columns of Memnon sound on a morning. You observed the old hieroglyphs, and you sought to decode the even older horn writings. The teachers from Korak should have explained everything to you, since you wanted to pay them abundantly for it. But they nonetheless did not do it, because they could not do it. For the wise men and educated people of Egypt of today are not a shade of those who were the founders of such schools and temples in the days of the old Pharaohs. They care for the old wisdom even less than the scribes and Pharisees in Jerusalem, and the Burmese are even worse off. They have gone over to such ascetics that it is a shame for humanity. And what is this ascetics other than an unlimited arrogance on the one hand, and for that reason an unlimited foolishness on the other? The people once possessed also the true wisdom, as Father Noah possessed it. But in time, as the families had grown to one nation, that obviously had to have more needs than a small family, the physical powers of people were taken too much into demand for anyone to be able to occupy himself with inner wisdom alone. The peoples elected from among them the wisest, gave them the holy business, and obliged them to ensure that the recognition of God was always kept upright, and the inner wisdom did not get lost, but instead that it remained among them and their children. At the same time, the people took the right of the representatives and keepers and guardians of wisdom to command laws according to wisdom, for the sanction of which the whole nation, from the first to the last, stands as guarantor and executor, and so that the sinners against such holy laws should be most severely chastised. At the beginning of such an institution, things went quite well and had a beneficial effect. But later on, the priesthood expanded and needed much for their physical upkeep. Then soon, new laws and commandments came out under the mystical title of coming from God. Things began to swarm with fines and atonements and all sorts of miracle-like deceptions. And also the methods of relief were not forgotten. Whoever wanted to be freed from the fines at the transfer of some supposed divine law had to pay a barely affordable ransom. The poor people, of course, had to forget about the atonement and take the martial example. That things are even worse today is obvious. And look, friend, there you went to find the truth and the deepest wisdom? It is understandable that you could not possibly find it there, just as that you had to become a proper enemy of life. But that it did not occur to you to investigate the Scriptures yourself as a priest and person educated in the Scriptures, whether and how much truth and wisdom was hidden there, and whether one could reach an inner outlook on life according to the rules of the old school of prophets. That is a little incomprehensible to me. I was certainly not much better off than with the recognition of the truth. And my wisdom consisted mostly of Greek philosophy, although I considered the divine scriptures of the Jews higher. But I was lacking in the basic principles. Therefore, this magnificent tree could not bear fruit with me. (7) Our earth is the school of God's children. Philippold. When the priceless chance to meet this divine master was given to me a number of weeks ago, immediately all the dull clouds disappeared and the sun of divine life shone in my soul. I finally recognized in this holy light my being and the being of God. Only then I finally saw what I owe God, the only Holy Father. He who has always been the purest love through all eternity. I recognized myself entirely and realized that I had entered into a very strange contract with the Divine Spirit in order to become the child of God before my birth on this earth. which alone, in all infinity, has the designation to bear the children of God, for the conception and raising according to the eternal order of God's love. Look up. All the countless stars and worlds, very much greater and more magnificent than this earth. And on each of these worlds, you can find people who completely resemble us in form. And you can find great wisdom everywhere among them. And they also do not fully lack love. But they come into the world, almost like the animals of this earth, already complete and do not need to learn everything that they want to know and should know right from the beginning. The language is one and the same almost everywhere, and there are very distinct limits to its understanding. But everywhere the recognition reaches the highest spirit of God. A recognition which is more a guessing than recognition. In short, you can find people on all the countless planets who are almost fully the same as the better heathens of this earth. Only with the difference that the people on the planets basically do not invent anything new. But what is there is in the highest perfection possible. While the heathens can always invent something new, and therefore the way to an endless, ever-progressing completion is not, and in no way, limited. But on the great worlds, suns, planets, etc., there are also wise men here and there who from time to time meet with higher spirits and learn about the deeper recognition of God. Then it happens from time to time that here and there the desire appears in a more enlightened person to also become a child of God. For on all the worlds the wise men know through the higher spirits which are revealed to them that there is one world in the wide creation on which the people are the children of God, and that a soul, once it has become loose of its body in its world, can enter that happy world, earth, anew, but in a very rough physical body. But from that moment on, when someone seriously expresses the desire, everything is explained to him or her in great detail what he or she will have to experience on this world. For one, all memory of the previous good status will be removed from the soul in a way so that it will, in the new world, born into the physical world by a woman with an imperfect body, in an almost unconscious, lowest animal-like situation, where is not even in a position to give the very least account of its new existence. Only gradually, after about a year, a new consciousness begins to develop out of the images, events and perceptions that have been acquired through the senses. Memory and the fresh recall of perceptions are then the only pointers and helpers on the new path of this earthly life. There, no higher spirits are sent by God to lead the child to a higher and deeper recognition, but instead the parents must strive with their own personal experiences to bring the child onto a better path. The child must then learn a lot, must begin to decide itself, must seek and beg, must bear fear, hunger, thirst, all sorts of pain and lack, must let itself be humiliated to the very last point of life. And in the end of such a life, then a painful and serious illness usually comes to take the life of the flesh person. Once the person has fulfilled all the demanded and prescribed conditions for life, if he has loved God above all else and his neighbours more than himself, even if he had persecuted him like the worst enemy, then he has activated the light of the Spirit of God laid in the heart of his soul and awoken it in order to grow. Only from then on does the God grow in man, penetrates the soul, makes it equal, and so the previous natural person has become a child of God from out of the deepest mud of nothingness. Who can rejoice in such a perfected condition of all those perfections which are in God himself? Look, friend Mural, as I have just informed you now, as generally and as short as possible, in this way will it be presented to a person in a world of stars. And if he then demands it completely and dead serious, he will become free of the light body in a second and, just as quickly, unconsciously brought to conception on this earth. And there such a man already stands before you, like you and I. Knowing this now, do you know whether we, before we came to this earth, had not made a voluntary contract with the Lord God? But God keeps the word unchanged from his eternal order. Nothing can change his sense. But whether we also have done the same according to the law that he himself gave for all people through Moses and through the original fathers of this earth, and also wrote in the heart of every person, that is another question. We will certainly observe it from now on, which I do not doubt. But it is not thanks to our effort, but to the single mercy of God. Tell me now whether you are satisfied with my little wisdom. (8) Philippold reflects on his previous life. Mural says, "Listen, friend Philippold, you have disclosed things for me which no person had an idea about before. Those are all wonders upon wonders. But tell me in complete seriousness whether that is not perhaps one of your fantasies. For it seems so strange and extraordinary, like any of the first fables of heathen belief. But it can also be completely true, what I am not in a position to judge, since my knowledge of the stars is certainly my weakest point. But whoever could imagine that the stars, these little sparks of light in heaven, are worlds, and greater even than our earth, which no man has ever seen all of? I beg you, confirm this for me, for you have awoken in me a too powerful desire to learn more now about this highly memorable matter. One cannot find any trace of this in Moses. Yes, not even a hint. For there is not even a syllable in his creation story. Actually, no one can make head or tail of his Genesis and what he wanted to say in it. Philippold says, "Friend, whoever understands Moses correctly can find even that in it. But there it takes more than what one has put into his memory in the most direct sense. But whoever ever loved God above all else, the Spirit of God would have given him the right light on the matter, and he would then know that Moses' Genesis is not so much the actual creation of worlds, but actually above all, just the spiritual upbringing and education of the entire human being and his free will, going in and beyond the divine order. Whoever understands that and sees it also then sees the other, because it can be found on the path of the most unmistakable analogy, what I could show you most tangibly myself. But for that, the time today would be too short. But I have something else, which was given into my hands from above as undeniable proof through the wonderful mercy of the Lord, who is truly here in our midst, even in the flesh, as all the prophets announced quite faithfully. In those days, as now, a spirit of an angel dressed with an ethereal body is among us. That is, as the Lord visited us in Cain from Kiss. This angel loosened the blinds from the eyes of my soul at the behest of the Lord. And immediately afterwards, the full consciousness of my previous, or better, my other world being returned into my whole being. Immediately I recognized the magnificent great world in which I had lived and acted before this existence on this earth in the flesh. Yes, I even saw my parents and dear brothers and sisters who were still living and acting there in the flesh. And the angel even fetched me some of our utensils here to this earth, which I immediately recognized as the undeniable genuine gadgets. When such an enormous spiritual light was lit for me, I saw then very well everything that I owed God the Lord, and now even the most loving Father. Only then I understood the value of my life, and also that of all humans, and now I can never enough commend, love and praise the Lord God and all my fellow men. But prior to this miraculous act, I was an enemy of life like you were. But I am already now convinced that you will soon be and think like now I think and am. The greatest, most reliable witness among them is the Lord himself. However, who sent you to me, so that you would learn from me whether a person then should owe the Lord God neither praise nor love, in your opinion. (9) The natural order of the worlds. Muriel says, I thank you, my deeply awakened friend and brother Philippold. You have now given me such a revelation about which probably even Solomon in his highest wisdom never dreamed. The issue is so extremely extraordinary that every thinker would have to doubt it right from the start. Because not even a spark of an idea exists in our external human intellect. But nonetheless, I cannot have even the smallest doubt any longer. For if things were not founded on your sober personal experience, you could not possibly have told it to me. Because such a thing, as long as the earth carries the people, could never have been thought up by a person, and you could also never have thought it if you had not been led by the clearest experience. For such a thing is not pulled out of thin air. It is a very highest, most wonderful revelation from above, and I accept it as obviously true, as if I had experienced it myself. But tell me now a little bit about the worlds of the stars. for I still cannot imagine how these tiny lights can be worlds. Philippold says, "Yes, dear friend, that will be a little difficult, because you still have no understanding about this earthly world of ours, and have no idea how it all looks and how it placed in comparison to the other worlds. I have to tell you, therefore, how this earth looks and how it is placed, and you will then be able to have a better idea about the other worlds. Here, Philippold described to Muriel the whole earth, like a genuine professor of geography, and gave him proof based on events and experiences that Muriel had certainly made on his long journeys. He showed him also the reasons deriving, through which the night and day on the earth always had to change regularly, one after the other. And besides, he explained to him the moon, its nature, distance and designation, as well as the other planets which belong to the sun. When he had come to end with these explanations, illuminated as clearly bright as possible, only then he moved on to the fixed stars and continued, "You have now learnt about the existence of our earth, the moon, the sun, and the other planets around it as perfectly as is possible in such a short period of time. And you can no longer have any doubt about the so and in no other way. And I can only say to you that all the greater and smaller spots of light in the sky are also nothing other than pure, extremely large sun worlds, some of which are hardly believably larger than this sun of ours, about whose size you almost became dizzy. But that they seem so small to us is a consequence of their distance from here. If you can imagine the great distance of our sun from the earth, 4 times 100,000 times greater, then you have the actual distance of the next fixed star from our sun. And from this you can easily see the reason why they seem so small to our physical eyes. Since even our sun, which is so large, in order to encompass 1,000 times 1,000 of our earths quite easily in itself, seems to us hardly as large as the palm of our hands. Other fixed stars, which we also see, are so unspeakably far away from us that we do not even have numbers to describe their distance. If you have now understood all that, it will be very clear to you how the little spots of light can very well be enormously large worlds, even if they don't appear to the human eye to be what they are. Have you understood all this? (10) Muriel's gratitude. Says Muriel, "Friend, I am now relieved and fully in the clear about everything that was previously unclear to me. But I also see now that a person without an extraordinary support from God would never in all eternity have managed anything. Who can make such a clear look into the endlessly great house accommodation of God, except a spirit from heaven? Only the Spirit of God can see through such matters, and then reveal them to us people who are at least of a good will. But if the people wanted to discover something with their mind without a revelation from above, they would certainly never discover anything from eternity to eternity, except something foolish and banal. But God the Lord and our Father of all cares for his children and allows good things come to them from heaven if they thirst after it. Oh, therefore now all praise and my love to him, the only truly good and holy greatest benefactor of mankind. How eminent and great is the bright thought which, like a sun, is rising out of the darkness of night in my heart. We people on this earth are all brothers and sisters, and the holy, good Father leads us through his all-powerful and wisest disposition towards the most eminent holy goal. Oh, Brother Philippold, what a never-repayable service you have done for me. How can I, or how should I repay you? Friend, if I, from now on, had to live as long as Methuselah, and all temples and catacombs of the earthly human wisdom were at my disposal, in the end, I would know hardly as much about all the truths you have now revealed to me as I knew about them when you began to reveal the miracles to me. Now hardly an hour has gone, and I now stand illuminated like Moses on Sinai, when the flames of the light of God flickered high above his head, and he was literally penetrated through and through, with body and soul, by the divine wisdom. Oh, how good I feel now in this holy and true light of God. Yes, but how should I begin to praise and worship him who first awoke you forcefully, so that you are now in the position to awaken me so very powerfully and brightly? Is it ever possible for a human tongue to pronounce words that would be worthy of him? No, never. Here, every mortal tongue must fall silent when the living word starts to blaze in the most powerful flames of the newly awakened love to God, the Holy Father. Oh, how endlessly great and eminent are you, Holy Master, above us now. Who understands you entirely? Not us people, and neither eternity. Since you, Holy Master, know about such things about which only he can know who created them, then I said, if you, holiest Father, are clothed in the flesh before us, then my heart recognizes you nonetheless. You are quite the same who gave your chosen people the holy commandments of life through Moses on Sinai, and always spoke to the people through the mouth of the holy prophet. You are the prophesied one, and now fulfill the great word of God of your eternal fatherly love to your now still weak and immature children. Oh, let us soon become manly and strong, and out of our hearts, and out of our immortal mouth, a praise shall be brought to you, the like of which heaven has never brought to you, O holiest Father. O earth, you are small as a world in comparison with the great worlds there above, which rotate in their endlessly great and wide orbits in the immeasurable creation. But how great are you now in comparison with all those above, since you alone now carry him whom they all cannot grasp? Oh, all you brothers, why do you still tarry to rise and praise him above all, since you must now know as well as I who is before you? And should you perhaps not fully know, then I tell you all. Here is He, the Lord, the Father of eternity. Heaven and earth are filled to overflowing with His great and eternal magnificence. Praise Him. Praise Him with me, and help, you who have already been made powerful in His great mercy and compassion. At this I say to Muriel, it is enough. It is perfectly enough, my dearest friend Muriel. I knew you for a long time, and knew well what was hidden in you. Because you have understood so much in such a short time, you will also understand even more. But now come here to me and drink out of the cup from which I have drunk, a purest wine. Afterwards, you will realize quite different things to what have just been revealed to you by friend Philippold. So come to me. Muriel says, "Oh, you call of calls, you voice of voices, you word of words, for the first time recognized and understood by my stupidity. Who can resist you if he has recognized you in his heart? Oh, how eminent, holy, great and lovely, and how so very familiar you sound out of the holy mouth of the Father to the weak children who have been so long exiled from your heart. How many thousand upon thousand blessings flood to me with a breath from the mouth of him who once thundered out the "Let there be" into endless space, at which it then began to rain and to move through all the endless spaces which eternity cannot conceive and will never conceive. Tremble and shake now everything in me which ever lent me power for a sinful deed. But you, my newborn heart, rejoice and jubilate, for behold, your Creator, your God and Father has called you. Therefore, follow the call of this voice, which breathed life into your fibres. O voice of the Father, what a pleasant sound you are to the ear of the childish love in the heart of a child awoken from a deadly sleep. (11) Fulfillment of Isaiah's prediction. After these truly meaningful words, Muriel approached me and sobbed and wept with joy. When he came to me, he said loudly to Stehar and Florin, "Come here too, and open your eyes, which are still very dim. You may have gone further than I in the forecourt of the temple, and have taken me with you as a friend to where you were already. But here there is more than your courtyard. This is the true Holy of Holies." I said, "Be what it may, take the beaker and drink. For you have now spoken much, and are therefore quite dry in your throat. Therefore wet your breast with the wine of truth and love, so that you will become strong, and a useful tool for me to fight against night and its consequences. Behold, the night has been transformed into the brightest day here, it is true. But all around us the deepest night floats over the souls of the people, and it will take more and stronger light in order to drive away the darkness of night. And you shall serve me as a strong torch. At this, Muriel takes the beaker with a joyful heart, which was full, and empties it down to the last drop. Full of astonishment at the extraordinary quality of the wine, he says quite enthusiastically, "Oh, you most magnificent of wines that I have ever drunk! You were truly never pressed from the grapes of this earth, and were never matured in a skin. But instead you were created for the Lord of magnificence of all heaven, from heaven itself. Oh, tell me how we have deserved that you dignify us with such an incomprehensibly great mercy and love." I said, "The reason is the powerful bond between the Father and his children, and again, like a bond between bride and groom. I, in my eternal spirit, am your Father of eternity. But in this flesh of mine, I am nonetheless like a bridegroom, and you are all like my dear bride, through the fact that you accept my word and my teaching, and believe it actively in your hearts that I am the one, the promised one, who should come in order to free all people from the old sin that is a creation from hell, and to open to them the way to eternal life and to the true childhood of God. Truly I tell you, whoever believes in me and keeps my word in deed, he is like a bride of heaven in me, and I in him as a true groom of eternal life. But whoever is in me and I in him, he will never see, feel, or taste death in the future. Whoever believes in me and loves me, and thereby keeps my easy commandment of pure love, it is he who recognizes me also in the fullest light of his heart as the Father. And to him will I myself come always, and will reveal myself to him, and he will be taught and led by me in the future. And I will lend his will the power that all elements should obey him in cases of real need. In the real world, my people will not celebrate any shining triumphs. For all people of this earth are not casually my children, but instead children of the Prince of Lies, night, and darkness. These do not love my light, and will not love those who bring my light to them. But my followers should not resent them, for the triumph in my kingdom is reserved for them. I tell you that you will have to put up with some persecution and despising from the real world from time to time, for my name's sake. But it will then be the complete opposite in my kingdom, of which you can be completely assured. And your willpower will also be covered with great shame on this side, and you will frolic in secret for the sake of my name. For you know who I am, and what I can give you all. The world, the terrible adversary of light and of my love, does not know it, and will also never get to know it. But you know it, and here on this spot it is coming into fulfillment what the prophet Isaiah prophesied. On this mountain the Lord Sabaoth will provide for all peoples a feast of rich food and pure wines, of fat, of marrow, rich food and wine without yeasts. On this mountain the Lord Almighty will prepare a feast of rich food for all peoples, a banquet of aged wine, the best of meats and the finest of wines. New International Version. And on this mountain he will remove the veil that covers all peoples, the blanket that covers all heathens. On this mountain he will destroy the shroud that enfolds all peoples, the sheet that covers all nations. He will destroy death forever. The Lord God will wipe away the tears from all faces. The dishonour of his people he will remove from the whole earth, for the Lord has said so. He will swallow up death forever. The sovereign Lord will wipe away the tears from all faces. He will remove the disgrace of his people from all the earth. The Lord has spoken. On that day and on this mountain, the peoples will exclaim, "Behold, this is our God, for whom we are waiting. And he alone will help us all. Yes, here truly is the Lord for whom we are waiting, so that we rejoice and be happy in his salvation. The hand of the Lord rests on this mountain." In that day they will say, "Surely this is our God. We trusted in him and he saved us. This is the Lord. We trusted in him. Let us rejoice and be glad in his salvation." But Moab, Jerusalem and its evil ways, will be trodden down as straw is trodden down in the dung. But Moab will be trampled under him as straw is trampled down in the manure. He will stretch forth his hands among them as a swimmer extends his hands to swim. He will bring low their pomp as his hands, angels, sweep over them. They will spread out their hands in it, as a swimmer spreads out his hands to swim. God will bring down their pride despite the cleverness of their hands. The high-walled fortress, self-love and arrogance, he will bend and strike it down level with the earth, into the very dust, greatest humiliation. Isaiah chapter 25, verses 6 to 12. He will bring down your high fortified walls and lay them low. He will bring them down to the ground, to the very dust. Behold, what Isaiah prophesied on this spot, on this mountain at the sea, when he came to Galilee, that is now coming true before your very eyes. Count all the nations that are represented here, and the thick veil will be taken from everyone's eyes. And to everyone a purest wine without yeast will be given, and whoever drinks it and takes up its spirit into his soul will have taken eternal life into himself, and will be the same for everyone that is here, and that enjoys my word as the purest wine from heaven, and who will get to drink it in the future, and will consume it like you in great mouthfuls. Their death will also be consumed by me, and they will never more feel or taste death. Yes, this wisdom is a fat meal that I have prepared in your nation here on earth. Yes, you are fed and satisfied here with the meat of deepest wisdom and eternal truth. But now go over there, if there is no lack of just and great provision, to the whole world, to the lost brothers and sisters, and to all the widows and orphans, and dry their tears from their faces, and give them richly to drink from this purest wine that I have given you to drink here in abundance. But the time when you should do such a thing will be shown to you all through my Spirit in you. If you then act in my name truly and faithfully, my Spirit, my being, will always and eternally be with you all. From now on, you will not have to think what you should say in my name. For at the right time it will be laid in your heart and in your mouth. The spirit of this wine, which I gave you to drink, will never volatilize from your souls, for it is called eternal truth. Therefore, falsehood will never be able to seize a place within you, for in this wine lies eternal truth. The falsehood is death, ruin, and an eternal judgment. But the truth itself is life. And I am this myself in you. And I am, in all eternity, the truth, the light, the path, and the life itself. Whoever therefore has me in their heart has everything. For apart from me, there is eternally no other truth or life. Tell me now, Muriel, above all, if this is all plausible and clear to you. "12. The promise of the Lord. Says Muriel, "O Lord, how could that not be clear to me? For the wine that I received to drink was likewise without yeast, like this doctrine of yours. And I now say to you too, that I have completely understood Isaiah this time, for the first time in my life. This spiritual wine had no yeast for me any longer, and certainly neither for all those who have taken part in this rich spiritual meal. And from the wine of the prophet, which has been fully refined through you, O Lord, I have now recognized you, O Lord, quite clearly as well, and I now understand how I belong to those who call on this mountain. You, O Lord, are our God, for whom we have been longing, and you now truly help us, and therefore we are helped for eternity. But Moab has also been thoroughly thrashed. It now lies there like empty straw and like the dirt that the worms and flies have gnawed away. Oh, what an unspeakable joy that is for my poor soul, which has thirsted after truth for so long. But here was richly repaid for all the efforts that were a burden for the discovery of the purest truth. Yes, Lord, you alone are our God and Lord, and besides you there is eternally no other. To you alone, therefore, be all our love in eternity. And also to you, dear brother Philippold, my everlasting thanks, for you first opened my eyes, so that I could see what I otherwise was seeking in vain in all the places and ends of the earth. But now a great favour from you, O Lord, from us all. Since you have let yourself be found by us, so never leave us, your children, again, lest our descendants will have to seek you for another 1,000 years without being able to say, O Lord, we have found you again. O Lord, we have found you again. This we all most urgently ask of you, O Lord. I said, In my word, which is my spirit and my love, I shall from now on remain with the men of good will until the end of the world. You can all be assured of this. But not ever in this my physical body composed of matter, which I shall finally transfigure in accordance with eternal decree. For I have through this body taken upon myself all judgment and death, and this body must for 3 days be given over to death, so that henceforth your souls will have eternal life. For this my body is the representative of your souls. It must give up its life, so that your souls may live. And this given up life will be to the benefit of your souls forever. But on the 3rd day also this my body will resume life, wholly transfigured, and the abundance of my eternal spirit will then penetrate you and lead you into all truth. Only in this truth will you, like my body, be transformed in your hearts and your souls, and you will yourselves take freely and independently the eternal life from the abundance of my spirit. Only then will you become, be, and remain truly God's children forever. But now you are all only being prepared for it. Listen to my voice and hear my word. Nobody will ever come to me in my kingdom unless he is drawn by the Spirit out of me. But who is the Spirit? This is the Father of eternity, who will draw you to me. This Spirit has no name, but his essence is love. If you have this, you have also the Spirit. And if you have the Spirit, you have also me. For I, the Father, and the Spirit are one. Therefore, strive for love for God and for your neighbour, particularly to those closest neighbours who are poor and need physical and spiritual help. And you will awake with this love, the love for God, particularly if you do not look at the world and its slack judgment. For whoever of you is ashamed of his poor brothers and sisters for the sake of the world, and will flee from them in order to seem to have a respectable reputation, he will not be recognized or accepted by me. In short, I say to you, whoever is ashamed of my poor brothers and sisters for the sake of the wicked world, of him I also shall be ashamed. But whoever will recognize my Spirit also in the poor, I will also recognize him eternally as my child. Let that be told to all of you. But now we want to take a 3-hour strengthening rest in this place. (13) The essence of the Lord. My disciples were probably the first to fall asleep. The Romans were also tired. Everyone made a pillow of their arm, leant on the table, and slept as if on the softest bed. But our Muriel and Philippold did not go to sleep. But instead they withdrew a little and discussed the whole night everything that had happened. Our Mathal also joined the two and said, "I cannot possibly sleep now after all I have experienced and seen here in the last 2 days. Just think, 3 days ago I was still possessed by a legion of devils and was, although certainly unknowingly, the most feared bandit. Wherever I was suspected of being, no caravan would dare to cross the path, and whoever fell into my hands certainly did not continue his bleak journey on unhurt. And now I am the son-in-law of King Uran, and co-regent of the great land on the Pontus up to the kingdom of the Scythians. The kingdom reaches from the Pontus to the Caspian Sea over a great mountain range. Is that not a wonder above all wonders? Yes, things happen here that no man anywhere else on earth can understand. But there is now a great question to be asked, and this consists quite simply of this. Will people understand it and keep it pure? The people who either live very far away from here, or who will live very far away from now according to time. For even if the religion is so pure and true, one will probably consider it to be the expression of a great prophet. But to accept that God himself, in the flesh and blood of a person, taught this, that will be a heavy and shaky doctrine, especially since he is supposedly the natural son of a certain Mary, who later became the wife of a carpenter called Joseph. Well, such things have been known manifold among the people, and it is therefore difficult to give the nation the certain human feeling concerning the Lord, although there is no longer any doubt in us. We are completely convinced that there is nothing in him which resembles us natural human beings, except for his external form alone. Body, soul, and spirit is God. For one can say, in him is the fullness of the Godhead in physical form. For he only needs to desire something, and it happens in an instant. The greatest and most tangible proof for his divinity, however, lies in his words, and in the angel who constantly stands in his service, and who commits deeds before the eyes of all those present that are less explicable for a mortal than Philippold's explanation of the world of stars. In short, for us, who see, it is the holiest extraordinariness in broad daylight, for we have the screaming proof in greatest abundance. But this will not be able to happen everywhere or always that way. But I already noticed here that some people still have difficulty, despite all the screaming proof, to see the divine being of the Lord and to understand. And I also saw that the clarifying word always works more wonders concerning the realization of the Lord and his purely divine majesty than the greatest miracle. The reason seems to lie in the fact that we are already so used to the ever-puzzling real or artificial miracles in these days that they actually demand no particular amazement any longer. In particular, in the last circa 60 years since the Romans became our masters, the land has simply been swarming with magicians and miracle workers. The person who is inexperienced in secret magic now throws a true and an artificial miracle quite easily together in the same cooking pot, makes no distinction between true and false, and nor can he, because he is lacking in all the elements needed to recognize it. So it happens very easily, then, that a miracle can never make the same effect as a clear word. In brief, one obviously has a greater effect through the correct awakening of human understanding than through any sort of miracle. (14) The future of Jesus' teaching according to Matthew. Matthew. Yes, for us the extraordinary deeds are already a very powerful proof, because we now possess enough awakened understanding to differentiate all that is wrong from what is true at first sight. For the conjuring tricks of the magicians have been known to us for a long time, and nothing brings much new to light. But these deeds here demand more than simply a magician from Egypt or from Persia. These demand God's limitless creative power and a never-ending depth of wisdom. They demand the original and basic priority of the Divine Spirit, whose willpower keeps all the spirits and all the worlds in check, like a good horseman reins in his team of horses, who he more or less pulls and forces his otherwise unruly animals to act according to his will. So the fullest primary divinity is visible, while it can never be visible with the magicians, because it never is and never was there. But we can also accept that our forefathers must have performed many miracles through the divine power in them. For without the true miracles, the false ones would never have appeared. But now we have once again seen quite perfectly true miracles before our very eyes. But I do not want to be a bad prophet, saying that in several centuries there will be more false miracles in the name of the Lord than true ones. It is true that it is all in the hands of the Lord, but the following can be fully accepted as certain. First, that the Lord will not always remain physically visible on this earth among the people, and will not stand at the service of the people as at the founding of a new religion, with bodily advice and physical deeds. And secondly, he will also give the people more free will than previously before this ever most memorable epoch, which makes even this earth never pass away, and must one day set it in the central point of the heavens. For a world which he has once set foot on with his own feet must remain for eternal times, at least in a transfigured form. But if the people remain in possession of their free will, and if they are born into this world always so unknowingly, and almost without any intelligence, so that their later realizations depend alone on the original external lessons, then we cannot think anything other than that the darkening will come again, and the domineering people, greedy for a good life, will make a 10 times greater paganism out of this new, purely divine religion, which will concede nothing to the one of India. We will not experience it in our bodies, but as inhabitants of an illuminated spiritual world, that it, as yet unknown to us, we will experience it all the more surely. It will still be swarming with deception, lies, haughtiness, egoism, selfishness, fear, searing, lip service, hypocrisy, persecution, judgment, revenge, and cruelties of all shape and size. The Lord himself said that everything must be allowed for the sake of free choice and true education of every individual, without which no one can become a true child of God, and can also never enter the eternal magnificence of the Father. But if the Lord himself gives us such a prognosis, what should we think, other than that it will be exactly as I have now just said? The best protective means against it is, and still remains, a clear language with mathematical certainty. For mathematical proof cannot be eroded by the passing of time. It is the same for Indians as it is for the Persians and Arabs, Greeks, Romans, and Jews. (15) Worries about the spreading of the teaching. Muriel says, "Hi, wise friend. This teaching has more, as far as clarity is concerned, in my opinion, than anything based on firm mathematics, and thereby leaves no doubt. Therefore, I am also of the opinion that this doctrine will never be able to be falsified." Mathal says, "It would be desirable, but nonetheless it will not be the case. However, so very mathematically firm it does not stand, because of its purely spiritual nature, as you imagine. Just think what it cost you before you began to get just an idea about the truth resting within, and before you came fully into the clear. You were very prepared and enriched through much knowledge and experience. Your intellect was like sublimated, and yet you did not understand Moses and Isaiah. It needed some words before it finally began to be light and bright in your heart. But now think about the people who neither have any higher knowledge nor experience, and an apostle of the new doctrine announces to them this truest gospel out of the light of the heavens. How will such people accept such an announcement? Therefore, I think that we should mainly ask the Lord to show us how we should teach the word of life with understandable speech, actively, convincingly, awaking a new life for those who will listen to us. For I deem that to be the most necessary and henceforth the only fruitful one for the prized matter. Philippold says, "High friend, dressed in the robe kings are adorned with. You have spoken very well and correctly. But the Lord himself just made the prediction that we should not have to consider what we will say in his name. It will be laid in our hearts and minds at the right time. If that is certainly and unmistakably the case, then I do not know for which reason we should then ask the Lord again. But I am of the opinion that we, as future spreaders of this doctrine, should not go without any miracle-working power. For against the raw powers of people, only miracles can achieve anything. The person who is 2/3 an animal must first be brought to stop and think through a miracle before one can say anything about God and about the eternal designation of man to him. With people of only some education, a wise word would be enough without miracles in the best case. But in comparison with raw force, there is nothing without miracles. All these half and totally savage nations have mostly become half animals through their rulers and priests and through their false miracles. But they do not understand the word. But a true miracle, which must be stronger than a false one, gets them to begin to hold on to the stronger forces. And once one has them won over, one can then start an appropriate school. This is my opinion, and I also claim that one will always achieve more with a miraculous deed, even with very enlightened people, if it is truly genuine, and one will reach the goal faster than with any refined speech. For even the enlightened person lives in a certain rationale that is false, because it is in fact a rationale, and such rationale cannot easily be removed from the soul with mere words. Let us look at ourselves and ask what tore us out of our justifications. We cannot hide it. It was the works that showed us who He is that performed them. And so I believe that above all, we should ask the Lord for the power to perform a miracle in emergencies. "16. The Lord takes care." Muriel says, "Dear friends, without wanting to step on someone's toes in the least, or to say that your wishes were not founded in the divine order, I make only quite simply, without any unnecessary words, the remark that we should take advice purely for the turning of a single hair, while the Lord has already ensured everything certainly for a long time. There will certainly be darkening about our spiritual sun with time, just as often the dark clouds dim our beloved sun to such an extent on bright days that one firstly has not even a trace of which part of the sky hides the sun, and secondly, on top of this, it becomes so dark that one must light a lamp at midday in order to be able to see something. But the clouds bear then a fruitful rain, and on the next sunny day the fragrant meadows laugh and abound with the blessings from heaven. And so I also believe that the highest love and wisdom from the Lord about our spiritual earth will often also allow dull and dark clouds to come over the holy face of the sun of our spirit at the brightest midday of human cognition, in order to make the people all the more thirsty for light. In the loss of light, we first realize how great and invaluable the value of the true light of life really is. The people then soon begin to ask anxiously, "Where is the light of life?" They sigh and cry, and tears, the rain from the spiritual clouds, fall on the furrows of the heavy heart, and animate once more the roots of the holy word in the soul that have been atrophied here and there. And we live anew then, with the roots, and with the newly strengthened sight, we soon see the Sun of Life again in our newly lit heart, and rejoice then to extremes at the new light, which we had to do without for a time in our quarrel and strife. I say to you, the Lord knows very well what will come on our natural and spiritual earth, and why. Therefore, our consultation seems to me, at least, purely in vain. We will certainly receive word and power from him, if he deems us to be suitable for his purposes. But we cannot prescribe it to him, through our foolish opinions, what he should give us above all, and what he should do. For if we did not know who he is, then we could certainly negotiate with him like a man of our stature. But since we all know only too well who he is, then that is no longer possible. For in accepting that, we are either very foolish, or that we now think ourselves to be wiser than him in the end. Consider that well, and tell me whether I have judged well at the base of all bases. Matthew says, "There is no longer any question of whether you alone are completely right. But my opinion actually only came from the fact that I realized by myself what was necessary there in order to help humanity to remain with the light of life. But I also realized at the same time that both of you, and particularly friend Muriel, have judged much brighter than I. In any case, I think that none of us are lacking in goodwill, and the Lord himself will do the best. But now, friends, about something else. "17. The Lord will allow himself to be killed." Matthew, how will this story be accepted in Jerusalem? We know the night of the temple, their unlimited domineeringness and greed, and the hidden enmity against the Romans. If the Lord now would move towards Jerusalem for once, which was to be expected from some of his previous words, what a face would the temple and the domineering and luxury-greedy Herod make at it? I believe that this will have a quite terrible agitation of every type and sort, as the most unavoidable consequence in Jerusalem. Then it will either be, "Let fire rain from heaven, or flee from the city of all ruin, in order not to be insulted in the most infamous way." But the one will be of as very little use as the other. For where Satan has once built his nest, no doves can be hatched any more, just as any hens in the holes of snakes. One can do whatever one wants, but Satan will remain Satan as long as the last grain of sand of this earth remains. What do you think? Philippold says, "That, high friend, seems to be a little too high above our horizon of understanding. Everything will be possible to the Almighty and all-wise Spirit of God, and therefore also the taming of Jerusalem. Look at the proud city of Caesarea Philippi. Where and what is it now? The proud people that began to pave their streets with gold and jewels. You will find a pitiful heap of rubble. Do you think the Lord would not also let such a thing happen soon to the whoring city of Jerusalem? I tell you, in 100 years one will surely not know the place where the proud Jerusalem once stood. So let us leave Muriel's opinion, for the Lord will know best what is to be done. Nothing should worry us now than for us to remain in the light of the Lord. Everything else He will decide alone and decree in the best way. Do you both share my opinion? Mathael says, "Everything is as Muriel and Philippold have just said. But I now know something else that you both probably do not know. And I know it from the mouth of the Lord Himself. And because I know it, I also speak to you as I did. The Lord, as a human being, will go to Jerusalem at a certain time, and will teach there and perform great signs. The temple will be greatly impaired through this, and will become extremely furious and attempt to seize the Lord and kill Him. An action of the temple which they already have the greatest desire for. And listen, the Lord will let Himself be seized by the temple and be killed physically. Those are His very words. But He will only remain seemingly dead for 3 days, of course only as far as His body is concerned. And then He will rise again and destroy all night and its power. He will only then give all His apostles the right power and equip them with all strength of His Spirit, His wisdom and love. His 12 old disciples, who are and have been witnesses of everything, He will certainly send out into the whole world in order to announce His holy gospel. But what will happen to us from then on? As we were not witnesses from the beginning, will He give us any of His mercy? Well, that will certainly happen. But what will happen to us then? Both of you have it easier and can somehow laugh at it. But I must leave, perhaps tomorrow or the day after, far from here in the cold areas of the Pontus, and will have to lead and rule the crude peoples there, and in the future no longer be a witness of everything that will be taught and done by the Lord. Who will tell me then about it? And who will say to me whether my leading of the people will be fully corresponding to the divine will? (18) Conscience and the influence of the angels. Here Raphael, who of course was also not asleep, stepped up to the 3 and said to Mathael, "Do you think that we countless angelic spirits, and here particularly I, are only at the Lord's service on this hill? Look, as is now visible before your eyes, we are standing constantly at the ready for the high service of the Lord, and carry His will from one infinity to another. And be assured that we will find you quite certainly in your Pontus lands, and will give you knowledge of everything you need to know, according to the order of God. Happen what may, you, if you keep a firm will be given knowledge about everything that you need in an instant, and in the meantime you need nothing else. But if you as king went over to the usual ruler's arrogance and turned away from the Lord in this way, and also from us, then surely you would learn nothing more about the kingdom of God and His immeasurable mercy. Thus, if you concern yourself with nothing other than remaining in the mercy and full love of the Lord, everything else will come to you of its own accord. If you had been able to convince yourself of everything that the Lord will perform personally on this earth in the future, and you would then nonetheless let yourself be enticed in some way by the world, everything that you have seen and heard would then be of no use to you, as if you had seen and heard nothing at all. But if you continue to remain in the mercy and love of the Lord, in that you not let yourself be deceived by the world, but instead you love the Lord above all else from now on, and your neighbours all as yourself, then you will nonetheless be initiated in everything that the Lord will ever do. Even if you were in the furthest and strangest world, in as far as that is demanded for the salvation of your soul. For not everything that the Lord wants and commands in the whole of eternity is necessary for the salvation of your soul. Behold, the Lord gives orders for something on each of the countless worlds that has to happen. But such a thing is suitable only for one world, for which it has been designated, and that is not suitable for the salvation of your soul at all. The Lord has also got some things to order for the maintenance of this earth, which do not affect you at all. But what He orders for the salvation of the human soul will not be withheld from you. Are you satisfied with that or not? Mathael says, "My noble friend from God's heavens." I am fully satisfied with that, and need nothing more than just this thing, that I am admonished by you if I go astray in the least from the Lord, and from His order through some circumstances. For a push at the right time is worth more than a whole world of the greatest treasures. Says Raphael, "This too would always happen without you demanding it. For look, every person has a spiritual organ in his heart, which always remains open to us angels and to God, and is completely accessible. This organ always represents the simple concepts of good, bad, true, untrue, right, wrong. If you in future do good, true, and right, the agreeing and good part of the organ will be touched by us, and in you the rewarding feeling will be created that you have done and spoken well and correctly. But if you have ever acted or spoken wrongly, the opposite of the organ will be touched by us, and a fear will seize you and tell you that you have stepped out of the divine order. And this organ is called, in the moral speech, quite simply, the conscience. You can rely faithfully on this voice. It will never deceive you. It had only to be that someone let this organ be dulled so that in the end does not even perceive a too material touch of ours. Then it would be as good as lost with the spiritual part of the human. But that will certainly never be the case with you, because you have already made too great progress in the mercy and love of the Lord, and the Lord has formed you quite new and organized you along with your companions. Your soul is truly still the old one, in which the love of the Lord began to rule as His Spirit very powerfully. But your old, bad flesh has been changed by the Lord, so that it does not press your soul. You would merely have to be firmly determined to apostatize from the Lord. Then your flesh would become brutish, as was once that of Esau, who against his father's will took more pleasure in hunting for wild animals than in the tending of his father's tame herds. But also such brutalization is with you impossible, because your soul is already too mightily and all over penetrated by the Spirit of God's love. Within a short time, your love for the Lord will, through the exercise of neighbourly love, change into the concentrated essence and form, and become fully united with the soul. Then you will be reborn in spirit and in truth, and enter into the spiritual marriage with the primal love in God, and thereby also become united with it. Thereby, God's love for you will also become substantial and take form, and you will then always be able to behold God and speak to Him. And the Lord, as He is now physically visible and perceptible to your heart, will be and remain forever your guide and teacher. And it will indeed be no longer possible for you to turn away from the Lord in your heart and cognition, for you will then, as a true son of the Eternal Father, in your volition and cognition, be completely at one with Him. Do you understand that? Says Mathael. Yes, indeed I do understand it, and my mind is at rest about everything. "19. The meteor. But while Mathael wanted to say something more, a big and very bright meteor flew quite low and caused its own very audible whistling in the air through the fast flight, for it was only about 800 fathoms away. Behind the meteor a long tail was visible, which seemingly followed the flying meteor. All three were alarmed at the sight, and asked in the greatest hurry the angel what that had been. But the angel, instead of giving the three an answer and explanation straight away, dashed after the meteor and brought it to the three in a few moments, as a somewhat plump ball of 2.5 fathoms in diameter, placed it on a free spot, and then said to the three, "Well, come here then and observe this phenomenon without fear. No one of you will have a hair bent or singed." The three rise and near, with great modesty, the still brightly shining meteor. Near to it they notice a very strong smell of sulphur, and the whole significant lump looks like brimstone close up, and bluish-white flames shoot out of the great pores and cause their own hissing sound and slight whistles and crackling noises. Some little flames are still very bright, but others are already dull. Only now Mathael asks the angel again, "Well, what is this then? How and where was it created? It seems to be quite a firm mass, and must have a great weight for our human strength. Go, dear heavenly friend, Explain this to us a little. The angel says, "This lump was still part of the sun half an hour ago. Through a great fiery crater in which things were vibrating violently, it was thrown out along with many others with an incomprehensibly large force into the great space. It was directed towards this earth quite by chance. With more than lightning speed, it flew through the ether and reached already behind the continent of Europe the atmosphere of this earth, which at the beginning it only stroked the surface of. When it at the next moment, however, sank deeper and found a great resistance in the constantly denser atmosphere of this earth, its speed of flight was greatly reduced. Until it came to this region, it was covering only 20 hours' journey in 4 moments. When I caught up with it, it was nonetheless almost over all of Asia, and would have fallen into the Great Sea in 10 instants. But the Lord wanted you to also receive an explanation, and didn't want you to immediately believe that an evil spirit was flying over the earth, in order to cause harm to you and your fellow man. Now you have the evil spirit before you and can learn from it that this is a very natural occurrence between the great objects of space. Muriel says, "But how did it happen then that it shone so brightly in the air, and here it is becoming duller and duller in its shine?" Raphael says, "The strong light is caused by the abnormally fast flight through the air. It rubs powerfully against the particles of the air and presses them very strongly, because they cannot get out of its way fast enough. But the air, as it is here, catches fire when it is too strongly pressed or pushed. And because the air on the whole path of such a meteor catches fire immediately, then also at the position of such a meteor, it is always bright as lightning. Finally, as behind the fast-flying meteor, a vacuum is created whose walls are still fiery excited. One sees behind the meteor also, always, a decreasingly glowing tail, which in itself is only an apparition and no reality. Just feel this mass, how glowing hot it is still, and you will convince yourself very easily and completely what I have just explained to you. I can give you another proof in quite a natural way, because such an experiment is possible for me. I will take one of these stones and throw it through the air with lightning speed. The spirits that serve me will bring it back here again after a few moments. Then you will see for yourself how this only several pounds heavy stone immediately will glow just as bright as this meteor shone before. Here Raphael threw the stone with the most terrible force into the air, and the spirits at his service drove it for a few moments with more than lightning speed in a circle only a few fathoms high in the air. Besides a strongly whistling noise, the stone shone as brightly that the whole area round about was lit up as on the brightest day, and the 3 actually saw only a circle shining as bright as the sun, because the motion of the stone was too fast for a human eye to perceive its progress. After a few moments, the stone was laid on the ground again by the serving spirits, quite peacefully before the 3 amazed observers, still glowing extremely, and Raphael said, "There you have the fast and very easily performed experiment before you now. Do you find a difference between the artificial and that natural meteor? Matthal says, no, quite the same occurrence. Only the volume was of course different. But a question nonetheless rises in me, and that consists of this: that it is certainly possible for you, who already had given us some tests of your indescribable skill and power, to throw a stone with the most unbelievable force and speed, so that the air also begins to burn by the enormous speed of the stone, and the stone itself must soon start to glow. You are, in addition, one of the most powerful angelic spirits, who could play with the whole worlds as we play with hazelnuts, and even throw a sun in one moment in such a depth of the endless creation that a bolt of lightning would have to travel for 100,000 times 100,000 years in order to reach it. For such an experiment you have certainly been given by God the strength and power that is incomprehensible for us. But how can the sun, as a simple natural body, develop such a power out of itself? (20) The nature of matter. Raphael says, "Oh, do you think that there are no ministering spirits in the sun? I tell you, and also you 2 others, neither in the sun nor on this earth does anything happen without a ministering spirit. For everything that you see and touch is basically all spirit. The crudest matter even is spirit, soul, but only in judgment, an organized condition. If you insult the spirits that rest in the deepest judgment too much through flight, push and pressure, they will soon let their strength and power be felt. Look, the air is certainly something very soft and very tender. But if it is brought out of its balance by a too powerful push or pressure, and disturbed too much in its rest, it rips the thickest and strongest tree trunks out at the roots, makes the earth quake, lights 1,000 bolts of lightning, and becomes the most fearful element. But who rages so fiercely through the air then? The spirits and souls under judgment resting in it, and actually composing it. If you beat with 2 stones very heftily against one another, the spirits trapped in them will soon let themselves be seen, and the whole mass of stone, no matter how hard it may be, will be destroyed into the tiniest little pieces of dust, at which opportunity there will be no lack of fiery appearances. Take water and set it under the greatest possible pressure. First, you will produce a lump of ice, which will destroy the strongest container holding it. You could put the ice under even greater pressure, and it will suddenly dissolve in fiery steam and destroy with the most terrible noise and crackling everything trying to contain it. As long as the spirits and nature souls confined in the appearance of the matter are not offended, they rest peacefully as if dead, and let much be made out of them. But once they are woken out of their ordered rest too much, woe betide those who are nearby. It is quite easy to recognize the presence of spirits in matter. Whenever they are coerced into an extraordinary activity, you will observe a glow which varies with the strength and intensity of their spiritual activity. The stronger the glow, the more forcible is the activity of the spirits aroused in a certain matter. The sun's fiercest light, therefore, is proof of how active the sun's air spirits are, particularly on its surface. From the intensity of the sun's light, you can form a vague idea of the violence with which such a lump is ejected by the sun during its great eruptions, when the spirits of its matter are aroused to the greatest agitation and activity. Yes, I assure you, in the womb of the great sun, there are not seldom eruptions that manifest a force which would play around with lumps the size of this earth, just as easily as on this earth the wind plays with chaff. And thus, you will find it all the more comprehensible how and with what ease this lump out of the sun came down to this earth. Muriel says, "But if undoubtedly so, then this lump is in the end of immeasurable worth, and one should bring it to a museum as something extraordinary for eternal memory." Raphael says, "Then you would have to put the whole earth in a museum, for the whole earth is just as much from there as this lump is." Muriel says, "If that is so, what is then to be considered of the story of creation by Moses?" Raphael says, "In this respect you should turn to friend Mathael. He knows this topic in and out. Philippold also has very significant knowledge of this." "21. Mathael meets the spirit of Abraham. Now Muriel asks Mathael the same, and he says, "What Moses says about the creation has actually nothing to do with the creation of the world, but instead only with the formation of man from the cradle until his perfection. Thus also the foundation of the Church of God on earth, until these days, is insinuated right on until the end of the world. By heaven and earth, we are to understand the new earthly human right from his birth onwards. The heaven describes his inner, hidden, spiritual capabilities, and the empty and void earth describes the newly created man, who is hardly aware of his own existence, the first stage of a human. With time, the child reaches self-awareness and begins to dream and to think. That is the "let there be light" in the human, so that he knows that he exists. The second stage. And so it goes through all the other days of creation, until the rest of the completion of man. Tell me whether you are beginning to understand any of that. Muriel says, quite amazed about the biblical wisdom of Mathael, "No, high friend, this wisdom I would never have sought." "Ah, in this way that I now recognize to be the only correct one, I would like to have the whole scriptures explained to me. Yes, there is a lot there until the human soul has reached this depth of wisdom. But how did you get to it all? Mathal says, "My friend Muriel, there is no question of that any longer in this spot where we are now. The Lord among us, here an angel from heaven, who was sure witness of all material creation. I myself was already a scribe from my youth in the temple, from which reason I was sent as an apostle to the Samaritans. But before I could yet speak a word with the Samaritans, Jehovah thwarted my plans. I ended up among terrible bandits and had to become a terrible bandit myself in order to survive. But since I saw myself as left alone so powerfully by God, without being able to find a reason for it myself, it annoyed me very much. I became an unbeliever in the beginning. All the scriptures became for me the work of man, but I was soon taught otherwise through a strange occurrence. A man full of bitter seriousness came to me one night as I kept watch alone before the horrid den of thieves. I instantly went through him with my sword. But he said, "Make no effort with your pitiful weapon, for no mortal's weapon ever kills an immortal spirit. I am the spirit of Abraham, and I ask you why you want to leave God and persecute his name." I, Mathal, said then, full of anger, "Why did God persecute me first, since I was sent in his name to the Samaritans, in order to win them all for the temple? My intention was honest and fair before God and before all men, because it was honest and fair in my thoughts. God has since the beginning of my existence given me only my conscience as judge, and I lived justly before this inner strict judge. I myself did not send myself to the Samaritans, but instead the high priest as the representative of Aaron and Moses. Was it unjust that I was sent to the Samaritans? Then God's wisdom would not have needed to chastise me, but only he who sent me. But since they seized me, the innocent one, I am from this moment on an enemy of Jehovah, whose apostle you seem to be to me." Then the Spirit spoke, looking even bitterer. "Do you know the power and anger of God? How will you, powerless worm of the dust, defy the all-powerful God? Can his power then not seize you and destroy you in a pitiful way, as if you had never been there?" I said, "It can certainly do that, for I can only eternally curse such an existence as I now have. If I no longer exist, then my just anger and fierceness against it has an eternal end." The bitter, serious spirit said, however, "You cannot order God to destroy you. He can torture you eternally with the most terrible pain and anguish, and it would then be seen how long you would offer defiance to the almighty power of God." Then I said, full of glowing anger, "God can do that if it gives him a particular pleasure to torture a creature simply in order to show it his omnipotence. But I swear to you, you bitter, serious spirit, that God will eternally never bend my mind with all the tortures he can think up, even 1,000 times more powerful than he is. With goodness, tenderness, and provable justice, he can do everything with me. He can make me a lamb of lambs. But with his anger to a devil of devils. Until now, the omnipotence of God has only given me a tormented life, for which I will never thank him. Perhaps it will occur to him to be more merciful to me and to make good to me what he broke in me in an almighty caprice, and then I will also be thankful. But, as things now stand, I am Jehovah's most decided enemy. For in his name I moved from Jerusalem to Samaria very seriously in order to announce his honour and praise there. But for that, he let me be seized and overwhelmed by devils. It may well be that my sending there was not pleasant and pleasing to him. But when he could show the false prophet Biliam through this donkey, why not me and my companions through this donkey of ours, which carried us and all our baggage? Why did he deliver us to the devils in their claws? Give me an answer, or out of my mouth a curse will hit you, the like of which has never been spoken over the face of this earth. Then the spirit disappeared, and I fell to the earth unconscious. (22) Communication with the Lord in one's heart. Mathael. From this point in time onwards, I lost the clear self-awareness, and as much as I can remember now, my body was taken into the active possession of the most evil spirits, and I became a terror to the whole area. My flesh was not pierced by any lance or spear, and the thickest shackles fled from my hands like chaff. The fight with 1 or 1,000 people was all the same to me. Those who took hold of me were very evilly dealt with, and many were killed. Yet my soul knew nothing of this. Due to God's will, we 5 were recently captured by the Romans and brought here the day before yesterday. Here the Lord freed us from our great torment. My soul became the only fully intelligent inhabitant of my flesh again, and Moses was in it as before. But the Lord enlightened all the wrong paths that my heart had taken. And listen, I only now understood Moses and the prophets. If Abraham's spirit now came to me, I would certainly speak quite a different language with him than about 5 years ago. I cannot give you the exact time, but certainly several years have passed. Now you know how I came to understand the Scriptures. It is true that I wish no one to take my path in order to understand Moses, because there is now an easier one. But because you, Muriel, have asked me how I came to understand the books of Moses, so I had to show you my sad way, and you can now imagine the rest yourself quite easily. The other and infinitely easier one is now the mercy of the Lord, which can give you in a few moments what I have achieved on the thorniest path. But here stands the angel of the Lord. Ask him, and he will show you how very truly I have now disclosed to you the fate of myself and my 4 companions. What do you say now to all that? Muriel says, "Oh, friend Matthau, you have borne a terrible amount and had a courage which is to be sought in the world. You were a devil, it is true, and yet your heart was not ruined, since it demanded truth, justice and love, and because it demanded that, it received also what it had demanded. For the Lord does not let any decent heart be destroyed." But why did the Lord take you to task so harshly? For I cannot imagine then at all that the one and only reason for such a rebuke was due to being sent to Samaria to convert the Samaritans to the Jewish faith. Something else must have been behind it all. Matthau says, "Certainly, but I know nothing about it even today. And honestly speaking, I didn't have any desire about it. But now I would really like to have a little light about it. Our Raphael could certainly shed light on it for us if he was in a good mood." Raphael says, "It never depends on me or my mood, but instead only on the will of the Lord. For my existence is nothing but the pure will of the Lord. Turn to the Lord in your heart, and your request will certainly be fulfilled." Matthau says, "That would all be fine if the Lord was not sleeping, but he is now asleep, and it would certainly be very inappropriate to wake him for this." Raphael says, "You too are still a little weak. His body truly sleeps now a little, but his soul and his eternal Holy Spirit never rest. What would happen to the whole of creation if the Lord forgot about it for even one moment? It would be the end of everything in a split second. No sun, no moon, no star in all the whole eternal infinity, and no earth that bears you would exist any longer. Nor any angel or man would be able to maintain themselves on their own. Everything that is permanently maintained by the all-powerful, eternally same and unchanging will of the Lord, without which no existence is imaginable. If things are so and cannot possibly be otherwise, how can it occur to you to think that he could ever sleep, and thereby in sleep not be conscious, which the infinite creation needs in every moment of its being? The Lord knows most exactly what you are now thinking and what you want. Since I know it, the Lord must have known it long before, because otherwise I could not possibly know it. For everything that we angels know and realize, we know and realize only through the Lord. But now I know about all your tests and hard trials. Who otherwise but the Lord alone could reveal it to me? Not you, or the mouth and mind of another spirit, because I could not hear such things without the mind and will of the Lord. But as I now understand, realize, and know everything alone through the Lord, so can you also. But certainly, only in as far as you are capable of it in your heart. Therefore, ask the Lord in your heart, and we will see whether an answer is laid in your heart. (23) Cause of Matthau's suffering. Here Matthau placed the aforementioned question in his heart on me, and I immediately laid the following answer quite openly in his heart, which he immediately spoke loudly to the three. The Lord was with the Samaritans who had separated themselves from the poisoned teachings of Jerusalem and had turned back to the pure teachings of Moses and Aaron. You, Matthau, however, were a well-experienced, powerful speaker and had an unbending sense in what you had heard. The Lord knew it and saw that you would have caused him great damage among the pure, believing Samaritans if you had come into didactic contact with them. Therefore the Lord let you and your companions come among the most infamous highwaymen, knowing well that you would not get free of them before your stiff sense had been made quite soft and bendable. As long as you were a fellow robber in full consciousness among the other robbers, your sense did not want to bend at all. On the contrary, you had created a very crafty plan and have brought the about 50 robbers along with their wives and children to a point where they developed sympathy for the basically false doctrine of Jerusalem, because they found in it even assurance and a sure asylum for their thievery. When you had come so far with them as to attack Samaria the next day as the leader of 55 apostles, including yourself, for the well-being of Jerusalem and yourselves, and to carry out the teaching of Jerusalem with the most merciless strictness, and to make every opponent face the sharpness of your sword, then the Lord allowed you to be admonished by the old spirit of Abraham. But since this appearance also could not change your mind, only then did the Lord allow your soul to be hidden in the flesh. But for this, your body was taken captive by many devils. Since then, you had terrorized the area along with your companions. Even your 50 robber apostles fled from the area and became decent people. And because they saw very well what terrible things had happened to you and your 4 companions, because of the vicious conversion plan of the Samaritans, they also gave up every intention to convert the Samaritans for Jerusalem. And so the Lord had made a very effective and healing blow through your highly disordered calculation, and let you remain shackled in the courts of hell until a guidable sense had taken hold in your soul. But the Lord also knew where your soul came from, and how and why it was so rigid. And therefore he let such bitterest things happen to it, because it could never have been corrected in any other way. In a far distance there is another earth world among the planets that circle this sun, which until now hardly any astronomer's eye has seen. On this earth, Uranus, there are very hard-headed people who cannot be distracted from a plan or intention that they have once made until it is realized. Even from there, souls are placed on this earth in the flesh for the achievement of the childhood of God, and they keep very much of their stubbornness of thought. But you are, in a certain way, such a foreigner on this earth, as according to your soul you come from that world, and were therefore so strong-minded and unyielding in your intentions. In order to make your soul flexible and to form your otherworldly nature of your soul, so that it was receptive to the correct and freest truth from God. In order to be able to enter the divine love, and through it into the fully true childhood of God. This way was the only true and effective one. You had to obtain a certain maturity in the hell of spirits and souls of this world. Just like the souls of the children of this world, you had to go through the narrowest gate in order to be able to rise to the higher region of life as an ennobled sap of life. You now stand as such before God, the Lord of all life. "24. The reason of the Lord's incarnation. When Mathael had spoken the answer that had been laid in his heart before the three, he himself was amazed at such truth in himself, and the inner speech that had never been felt so clearly before. But Raphael said to Mathael, "Do you now see how awake the Lord is, even if he now sleeps in the body, and how you now heard the speech of the Lord clearly and distinctly in your heart, and then spoke them out loud with your fleshly mouth? You see, in this same way, we also hear the Lord's word and will alive and actively in us, and in such a way that we are then also entirely His word and His will. But if we are that, we are also, as His word and His will, the completed deed itself. Therefore, word, will, and deed all in one. Do you understand that, friend Mathael, now purely and clearly?" Says Mathael, "Although one is aware inside of a certain reassuring belief and imagines one can now easily understand everything, immediately something else crops up of which one has never dreamed before. I can see from all this that there is such an immeasurable abundance and depth in divine wisdom that no spirit will ever be able to grasp it fully. We shall, therefore, have incessantly to learn and comprehend new things in plenty. And that is quite good so. Truly, I would not at all be pleased if I knew everything now as clearly as the Lord Himself. If in the whole of infinity there were to be nothing unknown to me, I should soon become bored with life. Yet there is such an endless number of densely veiled things with which we could never finish in eternity. And I must now frankly admit that I would not regard God's bliss as enviable if we, as His created beings and children, would see everything as clearly as He Himself, and His eternal and infinite total wisdom must turn into the most horrible boredom if He had to use it merely for Himself. But He filled the endless space, therefore, with countless works which correspond to His endless wisdom and power, and created thinking beings also endowed with much wisdom. These, constantly moved by such a depth of wisdom and power from God, investigate and wonder at the same time the divine depth of wisdom and power of the Creator, and at every revelation they are brought to further amazement and worship and to the most intensive love. Well, this alone must be for God the real bliss. For Him, as the Creator and Father of angels, worlds, men and children, this alone must be the greatest delight, namely, to give ever more bliss to all those who more and more recognize and love Him and His words. In order to prepare an all the greater holiness for us people of the earth, for you angels of all heaven, and for all creatures of the whole infinity, He came Himself as a person to this earth, in order to reveal Himself as a person Himself with flesh and blood like a human to the others. Friend, being or angel of eternity, or person as I am, the Lord does not do it just for our sake, but for His sake as well. For over time, He would be bored to death if in His omniscience then had to acknowledge that He, as an extremely formless, eternal, if also most complete intelligence, could never be seen by His created beings, and even less spoken to, and thus would have to remain unrecognized. Would it not be utterly sad for an earthly father who had, for instance, 20 very lovely children, but all blind and deaf, to whom the most loving father could never speak a word and show himself as a man? Just imagine such a relationship. An exceedingly well-to-do father with 20 children of both sexes and of a very handsome appearance, but all deaf and blind. Question: would not such a father spend enormous sums so that his otherwise lovable children might become able to hear and see? How sad will he be when he finds out that there is no remedy in the whole world to give hearing and sight to his children? Well, we humans are seeing and hearing for one another, it is true, and have great pleasure in one another, sometimes even more than is necessary, so that we even can forget the Creator. But the holy good Creator, the very wisest Father, would have to do without this holiest pleasure forevermore to be ever recognized, heard, and seen by His children. That would not suit at all an eternal Father full of the highest and purest love for His children. In Him is certainly the greater longing to see us, His children, in the state that makes us capable, according to His order, to see Him, to love Him personally, and to confide in Him without fear for our existence, than to see in us His children who have no understanding of the primal essence of the Eternal Father. Therefore, my claim is not too far-fetched when I said, the Lord has not only for our sake, but also for His own, put on flesh and blood, and thus come down to this earth to us, His certainly still very uncouth children. He had been planning for eternities what He would do, yet we are now witnessing the realization of the eternally great plan. Tell me, Raphael, whether I have judged rightly or wrongly. "25. The idea that God will get bored. Raphael says, not you, friend, made this judgment. The Lord Himself laid this judgment in your heart, and therefore it must be right. Says also Mural, everything that is heard here is wholly unlike this world. And yet, pure human reason cannot object to it. Our boredom, if we should suddenly become wise and omniscient like God, and, on the other hand, God's boredom in the after all imaginable situation where he would never be perceived, felt, heard and seen by his created beings, children and even angels. These truly are two opinions and possibilities every deep thinker must necessarily respect. Certainly, no Templar has ever dreamt of it. Yet it is true. No matter how I now think and reason, I cannot find any objection to it. Although the expression, God's boredom, sounds somewhat peculiar. But no matter how I look at it, it remains true, and very true at that. I just remember another very fitting example for this new truth, which I have to tell you. Says Matthau, "Brother, out with it at once. For we can only expect something real, good, and for this matter useful to come from a mind enriched by so many experiences." Says hereupon Mural, "Not actually because of that, but so that you should see how I have understood all this. I imagine a man endowed with all wisdom and all alone on God's earth. He would certainly try to communicate with other people, provided they were there. He searches all over the earth to its remotest corners, without finding a living and thinking being. His great wisdom becomes a burden to him, for whatever he does and creates is recognized and admired by no one. How would such a man feel after a greater length of time? Must he not despair? Would not the most horrible boredom consume him? How indescribably good he must feel to come, finally, upon an ever so humble maid or a coarsest servant. With what indescribable love would he cling to such a find? Oh, there it becomes obvious what one man means to another, and what bliss there is in doing good to the neighbour. What a terrible fate would it be for a lonely man not to be able to find another man on the whole earth to whom he could do good. For that reason, love is a purely heavenly life element, because it must make men utterly unhappy not to be able to actively communicate with others. Of what benefit would the moving tone of his voice be to a singer? Of what the sound of a well-tuned harp, if he had forever to listen to it alone? When a lone bird in the woods hops from tree to tree, through certain plaintive sounds, searching for his like, but not finding it, it becomes frightened and soon stops singing, becomes sad, and soon leaves the forest, which to it is deserted and empty. Even the animal has enough love to evidently long for its like. How much more, then, a human being endowed with deep feeling, mind, and reasoning power? What good would be to him all the great capabilities and talents if he could thereby benefit only himself? Following my observation, I can quite reasonably assume, that is, according to our human concepts, that the Lord God would certainly in the end become terribly bored, although he had the whole of infinity full of wondrous worlds without, however, a being which recognized and loved the one who created it out of his love, and had a great delight in the countless wondrous works of his wisdom, power, and strength. But in order to be recognized and loved, the Creator must come to meet the created being, and the Father the child, and reveal himself to it in such a manner as to make it possible for the created being, and especially for the child, to recognize the Father as such. If this condition is not met, God has created angels and human beings and everything that exists in vain. He would forever remain alone, and his ever so beautiful creatures would know as much of him as the grass knows of the one who cuts it and dries it into hay. Yet God has always, in the most suitable ways, clearly revealed himself to his created beings who, endowed with all reason and intelligence, are striving for the true freedom of life, and has prepared them for this his coming. With this coming, all that was promised has been fulfilled. The beings behold him in the flesh and blood, just as themselves. He walks among them like a man, and as Father of eternity, teaches them to recognize their great and eternal destiny. In this way, everything is now in the best order, and it now depends solely on us people to apply the recommended measures painstakingly, so that the great twofold goal is reached, namely, the child has recognized its eternal, true Father, looks at him exalted with loving eyes, and is delighted in him beyond measure. And the Father also is delighted beyond measure, because he is no longer alone, but in the brightest light among his children, who recognize and praise him, love him above all, and again marvel at his wondrous works, which they highly admire, praising his infinite power and wisdom. And that must mean, for both the Creator and the created being, an abundance of bliss. And that must then be filled with bliss for the Creator and for the creation. Have I judged that falsely or correctly? (26) Raphael's question concerning the fulfillment of the promise. Raphael says, "Quite perfectly, so it is and not otherwise. But you did not create that out of your flesh and blood, but instead out of the Spirit of the Word of the Lord. But it is enough that you now know such a thing. But what you now know in this sphere, keep with you. For in order to understand that, it takes souls like yours. For the others, it is enough that they recognize God and love Him as Father above all else. But if you ever find truly great souls, however, you can then announce what we have just been talking about for the last 2 hours. But now, dear friends, something else. You will often have the opportunity on your ways and paths as workers at the kingdom of God, that your disciples will ask you urgently and say, "Your teaching is truly very eminent, beautiful, and touching. But the prophecy that you made to us has still not come into any fulfillment. We should hear the voice of the Father in us, yes, it was even prophesied that we would see and speak to the Father. But we have so far not experienced any of that. If your teaching contains the truth, then your prophecies that you made to us must also be true. We observe everything, and still we feel nothing of the fulfillment of a prophecy made to us. Give us reason and answer, and tell us faithfully and openly why your prophecies to us do not and never want to come true. What will you say to them in this case? Here, all three raise their eyebrows, and Muriel says, "Friend, if we make prophecies at the most faithful word of the Lord, and our disciples follow and the teaching in deeds, the Lord may then naturally not leave us in the lurch, because otherwise it would obviously be cleverer not to publicize the teaching than to incite the people against it. And I would even like to make the honest claim here that similar divine neglect was always a very significant reason for the fall of religions. For the prophecies made were for some hidden reason either not fully, and very often not at all, put into fulfillment for the believers. Now the teachers had to seize artificial means in order to not be mistreated by the nation. That soon turned the nation's sense towards the outside, and there was then no longer anything spiritual that could be done with a nation that had once been deceived. The Lord should no longer do that to all his people who spread his teaching. He should no longer leave them in the lurch, and particularly in moments when his prophecies have established as certainly true as the main proof of truth and divinity. For I, at least, would rather be a meanest sweeper than a viciously tortured Jeremiah. And it would be nothing for the existence if one, as such, could be of use to someone. But there can eternally be no talk of any use if one only becomes a nuisance to humanity. Raphael says, "But, dear friend, you are getting away from what I actually asked you in your enthusiasm. The Lord will always and forever do what he promised for his people. But it only depends on whether you know the exact conditions according to which the Lord lets the prophecies be fulfilled. For it can often depend on a detail with a person, for whose sake a prophecy, once made, does not come into fulfillment. Then you must know exactly, as true teachers, what the disciple is lacking, for which reason he cannot become a master. And look, that pertains to the question I asked you before. "27. The kingdom of God in the heart of man. Raphael. But since I see that you cannot answer the question that I gave you in any case, I will then answer it myself in a way that is comprehensible for your awakened understanding. But you must remember well my answer, and write it deeply in your hearts, for much lies on it. Yes, finally everything, so that you know the circumstances most accurately, which are necessary for the full childhood of God, because it must be necessary for the unchanging divine order. You know that every person must form and transform himself according to the recognized divine order, quite independently from the omnipotence of the divine will, in order to become in this way a free child of God. The recommended powerful and thereby most effective means for this is love for God, and to the same degree, the love for your neighbour, be he a man or a woman, young or old, it's all the same. As a partner of love stands true humility, tenderness, and patience, because the true love cannot exist without these three attributes, and is no true and pure love. But how can man experience in himself that he resides in the pure love quite faithfully, according to the divine order? Let man put himself to the test, whether he is urged in his heart to give with a glad heart and abundantly, completely forgetting himself when seeing a poor brother or a poor sister, or when these come to him for help. If he feels this within, but of course, in earnest and in full truth, he is already mature and ready to be a true child of God. And the made promises awaiting such a prepared child of God begin to become a reality and show up wonderfully in word and deed. And you will thereby, as teachers, appear justified before your disciples. But those disciples for whom the prophecy will not come true will direct themselves accordingly, and have only themselves to blame if the prophecies made to them still do not come into sight. For they have not yet opened their heart enough to the poor fellow man. The love for God and the willing following of his recognized will are the proper element of the heavens in a human heart. They are the chambers and rooms of divine spirit in every human heart. The love for one's neighbour, however, is the door into this holy room. This door must be opened so that the fullness of God's life can move into such a room, and humility, tenderness, and patience are the three wide-opened windows through which the holy chamber of God in a human heart is illuminated most brightly by the most powerful light from heaven, and warmed with all the fullness of life from heaven. Everything therefore depends on the free and cheerfully generous love for a neighbour. The highest possible self-denial is the revelation of the prophecy itself. There you now have the correct answer to the most important question of life. Think about it and act accordingly, and you will be justified before one another, before your brothers, and before God. For what the Lord does now himself, people will also have to do this in order to become similar to him, and so his children. Have you understood all this? "28. True spiritual life. When Raphael had finished his speech through me, the three were massively amazed, and Mathael said, "We understood these truly vivid holy words well, and also for the first time completely what David wanted to say when he spoke in his divine psalms. Lift up your heads, O gates, and be lifted up, O ancient doors, that the King of glory may come in. But the living fulfillment. Oh, where is this written then? What is needed in order to carry that out in life? One certainly gives a poor man something, and one is then not sorry for the small change which one had given to a needy person. But reason, much more than any feeling of love for one's neighbour, drove this action. Oh God, how far is the person from the goal through his reason and through his cold judgment devoid of all love? Whoever gives something to a poor man with true love for a brother and neighbour, and then also has a correct humble joy in having done one's best for the brothers and sisters in the name of Jehovah, and constantly has the desire in himself to do even more good and to make all his poor brothers and sisters as happy as possible through all friendliness, advice, word, and friendly deed. Yes, how immeasurably high stands the soul and spirit of such a person before the Lord God. But where do we still stand with our hard hearts and small gifts of reason? O friend from heaven, you have cleared things up for us with your question and answer. Now we know very clearly where we stand and what we are. Lord, awake our hearts and light them in the true and living love for our neighbour. Otherwise your whole purely divine teaching of life is nothing but a vain, moral, aesthetic game of words without power or effect. Now I see also my whole way of life until this point of time. It was basically a misguided one, and I could therefore never reach a goal. Only now I begin to recognize the actual true path, and I now know what the prophecies and their fulfillment consists of. I now know what I am lacking, and what will be lacking for those who will not see the prophecies fulfilled, despite accepting the divine teaching, and how they will be brought to the correct path. But besides, I also see that I will still have to do a lot for myself in order to come into the fullest order. Truly, we have a great advance in the area of faith, because the Lord Himself is walking among us here, teaching us through word and deed. So the whole of heaven also stands wide open to us, and God's angels are teaching us the wisdom of the heavens and the eternal order of life from God. But the formation of the heart is nonetheless left totally up to us alone. But we will manage it with the help of the Lord. Knowledge is something else, and so is feeling. One can achieve knowledge through the driest effort and worldly cleverness through experiences. But there is more to true feeling than just much learning and experience. Much knowledge makes the human heart not feel and always desire correctly. And the experiences can make us clever in bad ways as well as good. Only a correct feeling animates everything and organizes everything and gives peace and blessing. Therefore, we should look above all at a person's heart, at the initial formation of a person into a true person. If the heart has not been worked over at the beginning, but instead only the reason, the heart will become hard and arrogant soon after the demands of the reason. But once the heart is arrogant, it then takes with difficulty a formation of feeling. Then proper tests of fire must come, consisting of all sorts of misery and affliction, and the heart must feel all sorts of pressure, so that it will become soft, gentle, and feeling, like kneaded wax, for the affliction and for the misery of crying fellow people. We thank you, and through you, the Lord, for this very most important teaching, through which I only now know very clearly what I will have to do for all the future, for myself as well as for all those who will receive the most magnificent and purest light from God through me. (29) Obstacle for the fulfillment of the promise. Raphael says, I deserve neither thanks nor honour, but the Lord alone. But it is good that you have understood that in the true depth of life. You will be able to meet anyone at any time with these means, and will come to you and say, Friend, I have well understood and believed what you taught me, but until this moment there has been no sign of the promised effects. What else should I do? I have left my good old religion of my father, in which I often found all comfort, the best advice, and the necessary help in all sorts of afflictions. And this new religion leaves me along with my neighbour as orphans. No plea is ever heard, and no dubious doubt is illuminated. Where then is your magnificent God, about whom you promised all happiness and other wonderful things? But you will then be able to answer him easily. Friend, the religion is not to blame, but your lack of understanding. You have truly accepted the teaching in your reason, and you have also tried to act strictly according to it, and were waiting for the fulfillment of the prophecy which would bring you advantages. But you did the good deeds only for the sake of the advantages, and not just for the good. You were only active from your reason, but never from your heart. This remained hard and cold, like before the conception of the purely divine teaching. Thus you achieved neither the deed nor the fulfillment of the prophecy through the dead and blind faith. Wake your heart now. Do everything that you do out of the true reason for life. Love God for his own sake, above all, and likewise your neighbour. Do good for the sake of good, out of the foundation of life, and do not ask for the fulfillment of the prophecy based on your faith or your deed, whether it will come or not. For the prophecy is a consequence of the fact that you believe actively in your heart, feel and become active out of the most living love. But if you were like a person, as you have thought and acted until now, who ploughed in a dream, and sowed and wanted then in woken situation to reap, but found neither field nor sowed fruit. The knowledge of human understanding, faith, and action is a vain dream and has no use for life. Man must take everything to his heart in which the life is living. Whatever he lays in the heart will bloom and bear the promised fruit. Whoever there does not know or does not want to know how to manage his life, and is selfish also through his faith and through his thoughts, will never achieve the fulfillment of the promise. For that is the fruit of the activity of the heart. If you will respond him who asks you about the not yet fulfilled promise in this way, then you will be left in peace, and he will begin to desire to become truly active in his heart. If he does this, it will soon begin to be shown with him that the promise of God's teaching is no vain, empty promise. If he carries on, however, to only follow his own reasoning and to act accordingly, then he will only have himself to blame if he never reaches any fulfillment of the prophecy made for the whole of his earthly life, and also on the other side with great difficulty. Tell me whether you understand all this so well out of the base of life. Finally, Philippold says for once, "O friend from the heavens, who could not understand that? Whoever lives only in the heart as you do, and thinks and feels, he understands all the circumstances of life of the heart very easily and clearly. But whoever only lives, thinks and feels in his brain, for him are the circumstances of life as good as nothing." We have now discussed this issue very tangibly clearly, and as I see, it is beginning to dawn in the east, and the morning star already stands significantly high. Therefore, I believe that we should now move on to something else. "30. The free will of the angel. Muriel says, Yes, that would be splendid, good and beautiful if one only knew to what. How would it be then if the dear friend from the heavens told us something about the morning star? For if we become teachers of the living work of God, we can never know too much about everything possible. For we will have to deal with all sorts of spirits who will ask about all sorts of things. We will not be in a position to give them a satisfactory illumination, so they will flee, mock, and despise us. But if we can give them a satisfactory answer about everything, then they will also listen to us in other things and accept our gospel. What would you, Philippold, give someone as an answer if he asked you what the morning star is then? Philippold says, Friend. Then I would point out to him that he will experience everything from himself and from his inner perceptions, if he directs his life according to the religion of salvation from heaven. But if he does not do that, then all my explanations would be of no use at all, because he could not become convinced of all this. Blind faith is no good for anyone, for one day it is here, the next a stronger faith takes over, and he believes the stronger one by its word, certainly with no more use for his life than the one that he believed us the day before. Man must therefore be led so that he perceives the being of the near and the distant things in himself, becomes aware of it, and then looks at them from the living light of such an inner consciousness. If he has managed that, which is no impossibility, he then no longer needs our teaching. In my opinion, we are doing enough if we show the people the fully correct and clear way in life. Everything else will then come of its own accord. As also our heavenly friend has marvellously shown that one only needs to lay the right fruit in a field, and it will bear and ripen then of its own accord. But for us and our strengthening, the heavenly messenger can open our eyes just as well for the sight of the morning star as he once opened the eyes of old Tobias through the gall of a fish. For he seems to me to be the same Raphael that once led the young Tobias. Mathael says, "But you could very well be perfectly right. The names are the same, and the wisdom likewise. And if our heavenly friend is a true eye doctor, and can illuminate the morning star for us in a little more detail, if he wants to and may, as everything for him depends very strictly on the will of the Lord. He himself has no will of his own, even if we have a perfectly own and most free will. Raphael now remarks, "You have spoken very well, but my will is not quite as unfree as you understand it. I am also a receptacle and not just a purest beam of divine will. I feel very well what I want, and then what the Lord wants. But I perceive the Lord's will more easily, distinctly and quickly than you people, and I instantly and completely surrender my will to the will of the Lord. Therefore, I can just as well be regarded as a pure emanation of the divine will. But I have, nevertheless, a wholly free will, and could, just like a man, act contrary to the Lord's will. Yet this cannot possibly happen because I possess such a high degree of wisdom so as to be able, as a spontaneous light out of the divine primal light, to recognize only too well the eternal, immutable justice of the divine will as the greatest value of life of all men, angels, and worlds. So I quite spontaneously fulfill only the well-recognized divine will, at all times wholly surrendering my own to the divine will. If you, therefore, want me to unveil the morning star, which is called Venus by the heathens, I can indeed do this out of my will, provided the Lord's will is not opposed to it. But if that should be the case, I would indeed not give you enlightenment. Therefore, what I say I speak of my own cognition and wisdom, which can certainly be none other than the divine, because I am always penetrated only by the divine will, which prompts me to action and speech. If you, therefore, wish to know the morning star as it is in its nature and reality, I shall do you the favour and show it to you." Say all three, "Do that, sweetest friend from the heavens." "31. On Venus. Here Raphael laid his hands on each person on the forehead and breast at the same time. And at that same moment the three found themselves with the eye of their soul on the planet Venus, and looked well at its ground, creatures, and order, even heard the people there speaking. And that was all in a collection to honour the great spirit of all spirits. And what was spoken there said, "You people of this beautiful earth which the Great Spirit created according to his eye, we have gathered here in order to bring this Great Spirit our praise and our honour. Highly powerful and wise is the Great Spirit, however. Therefore we can only honour him in that we show him in every action towards him that we are wise in ourselves. The true wisdom, however, consists in the greatest order possible. The highest degree of this order, however, is symmetry. If we observe ourselves as the culmination point of all creation, what a balance in the formation of our limbs! How much does one eye resemble the other, one ear the other, one hand the other, one foot the other? Let us look at our figure. Who can say that between us there is not the highest physiological similarity? If there was not a difference in our characters and temperaments, we would not be able to distinguish ourselves from one another. We see from this, as from many things, that the wisdom of the Great Spirit must have the greatest pleasure in the most perfect symmetry. And so we want to observe the strictest symmetry then in everything that we do and make. No one should build his house even a hair's width higher than his neighbour. Give it no other form, and do not set it a hair outside or inside the straightest line. For such a thing would displease the Great Spirit, and he would not bless such a disorderly house. So we notice in all creatures that the round shape is the favourite for the Great Spirit. For the more perfect a creature is, the more it is distinguished by the roundness of its form. Therefore, we should also give a rounding to everything that we do. For the Great Spirit has a very particular pleasure therein, and must have it, because we, as beings created according to His measure and gifted with His sense, have also the greatest pleasure in rounded things. It is therefore a commandment to round off everything that we make very obediently. Whoever brings into being something angular and even spiky, without need and just permission, attracts the displeasure and anger of the Great Spirit to himself. Therefore we further see that the beautiful white colour, here and there a little reddened, must unmistakably be the very most pleasant colour to the Great Spirit, because He gave us such a colour as His preferred creatures. So we must particularly observe this colour in our clothes above all, and choose and must not let ourselves be led astray to perhaps put on any other colour on our clothes, for also this would be unpleasant for the Great Spirit. Also, we should only make use of the straight line where it is needed, as also the Great Spirit likewise makes use of a straight line only where it is unavoidably necessary. Everywhere else we notice rounded shapes, and it is therefore necessary, in order to be similar and perfect to the Great Spirit in all things, to strictly observe this measure and this form too. But we know that we can only achieve everything most exactly through the perfected art of counting and skilled measuring. So it is again everyone's strictest duty to strive for this art and knowledge above all. For without this the person would have to appear in just one day 1,000 times ugly and despicable to the Great Spirit. For the Great Spirit sees everything and measures in one moment everything. Wherever He meets a neglect in such a pleasing order to Him alone, He withdraws His eye, and with it His blessing too, without which we cannot do anything. But if we are in the fullest order in these main issues, then it goes without saying that we must also be in order in our thoughts and desires. For the outer perfect symmetry in all things must necessarily have the innermost of the soul as a consequence, which the Great Spirit sees above all, of course. How quickly would arrogance and a destructive lack of respect by a person towards another sneak in, and poverty, misery, and lack of means. Only through the strictest observance of symmetry in everything are such terrible things always kept away from us. And we live, therefore, all happy, since no one can imagine anything that would make him more exquisite than his neighbour. Where the Great Spirit himself has ordered imbalance as necessary, it will do us no harm, but instead only good. So we cannot all be all of the same age. It is a mistake, it is true, in the strict order, but it is fully levelled out by the Great Spirit, in that the old age, rich in knowledge and experiences, makes youth just as rich as it is itself. And so there are several more similar imbalances in the equality of the commands of the Great Spirit. But they serve us only as our teaching, so that there are also imbalances besides the highest order, which, however, are not blessed because they are allowed, but only because we can recognize the bad in them all the more easily. No one should walk around with torn clothes, but instead patch up the hole immediately with the same cloth, if he cannot get any new clothing. But it has been noticed among many that they, if they have to make a long journey, use a stick or staff to help them. That is something improper and should be avoided. Whoever already uses a stick because of his age should immediately take 2 equal sticks, one in each hand for the sake of balance, in order not to appear ugly before the Great Spirit. It was also remarked that some give their garden a different layout and organize it differently to what is ordered among the beautiful gardens of the very order-loving neighbours. The Great Spirit has no pleasure in this, and envy and jealousy could develop between you, which would be something quite terrible before the Great Spirit. Therefore, ensure that there is the same order in your gardens and on your fields. If gardens and fields stand so beautifully, the eye of the Great Spirit finds great pleasure in this, and the blessing comes with the pleasure. Also observe such an order in your houses, so that if one neighbour enters the house of another, it will not seem strange to him there, but instead it will be as homely as his own house. The Great Spirit sees that also with the greatest pleasure. For you are all one family before the Great Spirit, and should never estrange yourselves from one another. If then someone came to us from the end of the world, it must then seem to him completely as if he was in his full home and in his own house. Such a thing is well looked upon by the Great Spirit, and his blessing remains not by the wayside. Some have begun to build by the great water strange-looking buildings which disfigure the area. But the Great Spirit has no pleasure in that. But what the Great Spirit does not like, we should also take no pleasure in. Look after the tame domestic animals and treat them well, for they are also works of the Great Spirit, and are designated to be of use to you. They are living tools for our use, and we must therefore keep them in all honour. So no one should destroy even the smallest little plant without need, for such a thing would be a lack of thanks towards the Great Spirit, for which we will not be able to count on any blessing. But the paths should be kept pure, and you should never let grass grow in it, so that it will not be crushed underfoot and destroyed in its growth. Do everything most exactly, and you will never have need among you. Observe my words as the will revealed to me for you of the very wisest and almighty Great Spirit, and act in strict accordance with it, and you will be happy here. And on the other side you will be blessed in that world about which the souls of those who have left us tell us that they are extremely beautiful and magnificent, and in which we often will get to see, face to face, the Great Spirit and his light servants. As a conclusion, I must still tell you something, however, which a bright spirit told me a long time ago and again now, and this time much more certainly than the previous time. You see well at night the shining great star which is accompanied by a smaller one. The beautiful bright Capra. Note 1. This is how the people of Venus call this earth. You know only too well. But you all do not know what Capra is. I also did not know it previously, but the Spirit told it to me and showed me in a dreamlike state Capra as a just as large world and earth as the one that bears us. The small star always accompanying Capra is likewise an earth, but significantly smaller than Capra itself. This little earth is very barren, and half of it completely void of living beings. But the Spirit showed me a person on that great Capra and said, "Look, this is the Lord. In him lives the fullness of the eternal, Great Spirit. From now on, this Spirit will be in the most perfect human form, accessible to all of his intelligent created beings, like one person to another." The people of Capra, however, are mostly like his children, and a great, divine power is given to them all when they, these children, fulfill the will of the man of all men. But those who do not fulfill his will remain foolish and weak and are not accepted as his children. But instead they remain animals like the souls of animals until they have made the will of the Great Spirit, which lives in this one person, fully their own. We people should therefore always have a particular respect for the beautiful, bright Capra. We should also love the Great Spirit who now lives as the most perfect person on that Capra, as a woman here loves a man, and as a child loves the father and mother. Then we would also become able to see and speak to the Great Spirit one day as a person, which would very much increase our bliss that we expect. Yes, the Spirit that revealed this to me even said that it will not be impossible for some from our earth to be made equal to the children of Capra. Since you now have experienced such a thing through your ever truest teacher and leader, then believe it, and in your minds pay attention to that star, so that the beams of blessing and of mercy of whose light may flow richly to us. (32) Advantages of the Order on Venus. As such a thing was announced to the community on planet Venus by the teacher and leader, the three were awoken again by Raphael. But in the meantime it had become fairly light and only less than an hour was left before sunrise. Mathael wondered greatly about what he had now seen in a highly vivid dream. He recounted the dream, and both Muriel and Philippold were even more amazed, because they had seen and heard exactly the same thing that Mathael told about his dream. But Raphael said, "Well, how did you like it on the morning star?" Mathael says, "Yes, if that was unmistakably the morning star, which I no longer doubt at all, then I liked it very much, and the people with their teaching and strict observance of symmetry are not at all stupid and must behave morally very high. For in such circumstances a sin is a sheer impossibility. But at such circumstances of life would be unbearably boring for me. Eternal monotony and no progress, that is life like an amphibian. A snail and a Venus person have obviously one and the same need. Whatever goes beyond affects neither of them. No, friend Raphael, the morning star shines very beautifully and can be seen from this earth of ours enormously magnificently. But as a world with its people and other creatures, I do not like it at all. It is probably true that at such a constitution among the people of that world, a war could never break out, since there can be no talk of even a sin. But nonetheless, a true sinner on this earth is much more preferable to me than such a Venus person with all his pure decency. Such pure decency can also have no value because besides it, no spiritual perfection can take place. For if a person could become of a more perfect spirit, he would have to totally despair at the symmetrical behavior and actions of the whole humanity of the morning star, because the inner drive would push him forward, but he would have to remain standing on one spot like a tree. A spiritually perfected person on Venus would resemble a tree that could think and desire, but nonetheless with its roots must remain firmly attached to the ground. Tell us, dear friend, do the Venus people have no spirit then? No love, no free will, and no desire? They must be able to think and count, because their teacher recommended mathematics above all in the most careful way. But if they can master that, then some spiritual progress must also be conceivable. The angel says, in any case, but they do not want any outwardly appearing progress, but only an inner one. For they say and recognize that an outer visible progress is an obstacle to the inner progress of the spirit. One should make everything outer as stereotypical and marked as possible. Organize it according to the needs of the body, but should then go no step further. For every advance in the outer and material realm would be a step backwards in the spiritual inner one. Among people who cultivate the external too much, conscienceless barbarism reigns inside. Equipped with an inner, silent spiritual progress, a nation has never enticed any envious neighbour to war. But if a nation has placed its inner spiritual size of spirit through easily performable external deeds into daylight, it also immediately awakes the jealousy of the neighbouring nation, and war is then on your doorstep. But if that is and can never be the case with these Venus people, are they then worse than the people of this earth? There, the human has no external advantage at all, neither in its form nor in its clothing or accommodation. Therefore, everything there is only valued according to its inner worth. As a consequence of the same external formation, all people have exactly the same build, which is made even more similar through the always similar clothing than it basically is. People who are not consumed by all sorts of passions will externally look very similar, like a brother and sister. But the more the so-called external form of a person is different, the more this is a sign of inner absent-mindedness as well. Because every inner has organized itself according to the outer endeavor, which can never become similar, however, because the never satiated greed, envy, jealousy, arrogance, pride, haughtiness, and domineeringness of a person sticks to it. If you are wearing a green coat, your neighbour a blue one, and a third a red one, you will soon run into quarrel and strife because of the preference of one or other colour. But if all three of you have a coat formed in the same way from one and the same colour, it will never occur to you in your wildest dreams to begin a silly, meaningless quarrel among one another about the greater or lesser value of the colours and forms. And you will have time to talk about better things and issues. You have seen the full similarity of all the people that you saw, and their physiognomy on Venus. One man looked as similar to another as one eye the other. Likewise a girl and a woman. Everywhere one and the same form, but in itself highly beautiful and perfect. That is also very good. On this earth, the difference in forms, according to the extent of the imagined greater or lesser beauty, causes not rarely the reason for quarrel, love, hate, despising, or an exaggerated external preference and tendency. But there is no trace of all that on planet Venus. The people love each other only according to the extent of wisdom. The more someone knows how to tell of the goodness, power, and wisdom of the Great Spirit, and the gentler and humbler he becomes, the greater the value and the greater the respect he has from his community. Tell me whether that is not also a highly wise organization on behalf of the Lord. Matthau says, "In any case, and I would like such an order to exist on our earth. But now the Lord is getting up, and all the people with him. Now we should keep our eyes and ears open, for there will surely be something that must soon be done. The 9 who drowned? (33) True wisdom and the living honour to God. When I got up, and everyone else who rested with me rather sweetly for more than 3 hours, I immediately called the 3 to me and asked them why they did not consent to the strengthening 3-hour sleep. Says Matthau, "Lord, you marvellous, you most wise. Who can sleep if he through your word anyway receives the mightiest strength? All 3 of us are anyway strengthened to such an extent as if we had slept very well for the whole night. But we have used the 3 hours, as much as it was possible for us, in your name, and have, subject to your merciful admission, learned things which most likely no mortal ever have dreamt about. For that, we would like to give to you our sincerest and warmest thanks. You are the Lord, and everywhere you are all in all. Therefore, to you alone, all our love and highest respect. I said, Good then. I know what you have discussed and learned during the time planned for you. But since you have learned it, keep it for the time being to yourself, and also afterwards do not make misuse of it. Since the children of this earth cannot understand this, because they are not from the same place where you came from. But you will experience much bigger things. After the Holy Spirit has come over you, whom I will soon pour out over you, who will lead you into all truth. This will be the Spirit of love, the Father Himself, who will draw and teach you, so that you all can come there where I will be. Since truly I say to you, nobody will come to me if the Father is not drawing him towards me. You must all be taught by the Father, thus by the everlasting love in God, if you want to come to me. Therefore, you all must be perfect, like the Father in heaven is perfect. Hence, a lot of knowledge, also the most plentiful experience, will not bring you there, but only the living love for God, and in the same measure to your neighbour. Therein lies the great secret of the rebirth of your spirit out of God and in God. However, everybody will have to walk with me through the narrow gate of the fullest abnegation until he becomes what I am. Everybody must cease to be something for himself so that he can become everything in me. To love God above all means to completely rise and become one with God. And to love your neighbour also means to completely know and understand your neighbour. Otherwise, one will not be able to love him completely, because a partial love is of no use to him who loves, nor to him who is loved. If you want to have a full view in all directions from a high mountain, you must in any case climb to the highest peak. Because from any lower vantage point, a considerable section will always remain concealed. Therefore, in love, everything, and the outer must occur from within, so that its fruit can be revealed to you. Your heart is a field, and the active love therein is the living seed kernel. But the poor brothers are the fertilizer for the field. Those of you who will place many seed kernels into the well-fertilized ground will also reap a full harvest. The more you will fertilize the ground with the poor, the stronger it will become. And the more you place good seed kernels into it, the richer the harvest. Who will sow plentiful will also harvest plentiful. Who will sow sparsely will also harvest sparsely. But therein lies the highest wisdom, that you will become wise by the liveliest love. However, all knowledge is of no use without love. Therefore, do not strive too much for a lot of knowledge, but rather that you love a lot. Then love will give to you what no knowledge ever can give to you. It is quite all right that the three of you have used the 3 hours for the multiple enrichment of your knowledge and your experiences most eagerly. But all this would be of little use for your souls. If you in future sacrifice your time with the same eagerness to love your neighbour, then only one day will be of greater use for your souls. What use is it to you before me, if you nearly dissolve yourself because of amazement about my power, greatness, and never fathomable magnificence? But outside your house are crying poor brothers and sisters of hunger, thirst, and coldness. How wretchedly would sound, and to no use would be a loud cheering and praising for the honour and glory of God, if you cannot hear the hardship of a poor brother. To what use are all the rich and most magnificent sacrifices in the temple, if in front of its doors a poor brother perishes of hunger? Therefore your search should especially be directed towards your poor brothers and sisters. To them bring help and consolation, and you will find in a brother who was helped by you more than having travelled to all the stars and have praised me with tongues of seraphim. Truly, I say to you, all angels, all heavens, and all worlds with all their wisdom cannot give you in eternity what you can achieve if you truly have helped a poor brother who was in misery with all your strength and all your means. Nothing stands higher and closer to me than true, active love. If you pray to God, but does not, while you are praying, can hear the complaining voice of your poor brother who came to you for help during your hour of prayer, then your futile chatter is damned, since my honour exists in love, and not in the futile twaddle of your mouth. You should not be as Isaiah has shouted, "See, those people honour me with their lips, but their hearts are far away from me." But if you pray to me, do this in the Spirit and in all truth, since God is a Spirit and can only be worshipped in the Spirit and in the truth. The only true prayer in the Spirit appealing to me does not consist in the movement of the tongue, the mouth, and the lips, but only in the active exercising of love. What use is it to you if you have decorated the grave of a prophet with many pounds of gold, but failed to hear the voice of a suffering brother? Do you think that it can please me? Fool! You will be looked at with angry eyes by me, because you have, for the sake of a dead, failed to listen to the voice of a living. "34. Destiny of Palestine's places. The Lord. See, I already provided that the places which we are going to visit now will, within the next 100 years, disappear, so that in time no too crude idolatry is carried out. My Nazareth will not be found. However, another over the mountain from here towards evening, note 1, meaning west, Gennesareth will disappear. Only Tiberias on this side of the sea will remain. Caesarea Philippi, where we are now, is already extinguished, but one will remain above the Merom Lake, from where the Jordan is coming, and one in the direction of the evening, not far from the large salt lake, not far from Tyre and Sidon. The land Samaria will only partially remain from here in the direction of midday, south, up to the large sea. But the smaller portion, which lies more towards the morning with the true Sishar and the true mountain Horeb, will be wiped out, and the later descendants will search for it and will find it not far from the large sea. But only the name will remain, and a rough mountain, but not the truth. And so it will happen to Jerusalem and many places of the promised land, which to a large extent will be transformed into a desert. All of you remember this well, since it will happen like that, so that the people do not stop listening to the voice of their poor brothers and sisters when idolizing these places. They should all become confused about it. They should search in the wrong Nazareth for my hut and become stupid, since the real Nazareth will shortly after I have ascended to my kingdom be wiped off the face of the earth. Who will search for futile things will find futile things and die because of it. But who searches for the real Nazareth in his heart will find it in every poor brother and a real Bethlehem in every poor sister. There will be times when people will travel to this place from far away and will search for these places. The names will remain, but not the villages. Yes, the nations in Europe will go to war to own these places, and will think and believe to do me a good favour thereby. But they will leave their wives and children and brothers and sisters at home to perish in poverty, need, and misery. However, if they in the beyond come to me to receive their assumed reward for their troubles and sacrifices, I will reveal to them their big foolishness and will show them what misery they have created by their foolishness, which I never have asked them to do. Firstly, under those who are entrusted to their care, namely the poor, weak wives, children, and other needy people of the house. And it will be indicated to them that they will not come to the light of my mercy until they have made completely good all the misery they have caused, what will be very hard for them to do, since they will for that possess only extremely meagre means in the dim light of the spirit world above and under the earth. I say to you, because of the great foolishness of the people, these places will be put under the control of the heathens. And through those heathens I will allow the false supporters of my teachings in the direction of sunrise, east, and sundown, west, at noon, south, and in the area of midnight, north, to be flagellated. Therefore take care that foolishness and blind superstition does not spread roots in my teaching of life and true recognition of God along the only way of deed-active love. This will give to everybody the true light and the right and unlimited view of all things of the natural and spiritual world. This is and will forever remain the only true and effective way to me and my everlasting kingdom. I, as the love from eternity, am the only light, the way, the door, and the everlasting life. Who wants to enter in another way into my kingdom of light is like a thief and a robber, and will be banished into extreme darkness, already here, and even more so one day in the beyond. Now you know what to do, and what is right before me. Do accordingly, and you will walk on the right path. But now we want to go to the 9 who drowned, and you, Marcus, bring wine to them, since we will need it. "35. The Lord and the 9 who drowned. Thereupon we went quickly to the 9, and I asked that their faces should be turned upwards with their heads lying uphill. When they were placed like this, I said to Marcus, 'Give each one a few drops of wine in the mouth.' This was easy to accomplish, because all of them had an open mouth. When this was done, I said to all present, 'Go, and every weak believer among you should make sure whether the 9 are completely dead.' Among the 30 converted Pharisees, there was also a doctor who was able to recognize if a body was completely dead or not. He came closer and said, 'Not because I have the slightest doubt about the death of these drowned, that I come here to examine them, but to give you, as a skilled expert, a full valid proof that these 9 are completely dead.' Hereupon he touched the 9, looked at their eyes, the hypocrite knows, as a sure sign of complete death and the complete extinguishing of all physical life spirits. After a very precise inspection, and also the co-testimony of all who confirmed his findings as valid and true, he delivered his judgment loudly and added to it, 'Not now, but already yesterday, 1 hour after getting into the water, they were already completely dead as they are now. Judging by the nose and the smell, decay has already started. No human science, strength, and power will call these 9 back to life. This is only possible for Him who will raise all the dead from their graves to life on Judgment Day. I said, 'So that you, upon this valid testimony of the doctor, will recognize the glory of the Father in the Son of Man, I call loud to the Father and say, Father, glorify your name.' Here many heard a voice like many thunders. 'I have glorified him through you, my most beloved Son, because it is in you that I find my true pleasance. The people should listen to you.' Many heard these words, but many heard only a pure thunder and began to ask why it was thundering. But those who heard words in the thunder gave testimony about what they have heard, and the others were surprised by it and said, 'This is odd. We only heard the thunder. But since many of you have heard the same words, we believe you as if we have heard it ourselves.' Nevertheless, from this we can conclude that this Master here is only the Son, but not the Holy Almighty Father, who lives in heaven and whom no person has ever seen, but only could speak to in sanctified moments. Moses was therefore also a son of the Almightiest, since also he has performed extraordinary signs, and the other prophets too in equal measure. This Nazarene may be the biggest prophet because he does the biggest and most signs. Said Muriel, who listened to this quite well, "No, you are mistaken. This is still a very large misunderstanding of yours. Who has announced Moses before Moses through the Spirit of the Lord? Who Elias? Who Samuel? Who any of the 4 great prophets? They were like by coincidence awakened by God and prophesied. And of who did they prophesy most? Actually about him who is now in front of us. The voice which could be heard as a mighty thunder was very much his very own voice, which he uses to speak to us with his bodily mouth. The only difference consists therein. With his mouth of the body, he speaks as a person to us, but by means of the thunder voice, he could be heard as him who was, is, and will be forever, who has created everything there is, and who gave to his people the law under continuous lightning and thunder on Sinai. Therefore only for him everything is possible, also this, that he, out of the highest love for us, his children, could become a man like us. Otherwise he could forever not be seen and be recognized by his children he loves above all. (36) Preparations for the Awakening. Here I step closer to Muriel and say, "You have done this well, my son. You have truly penetrated the truth very deeply. And those who have seen things a little skew, you have taught them according to the fullest truth. Therefore you will become a competent weapon for me against the Jews and the heathens. Your reward in heaven will therefore not be small. But let us now go over to action, which I have determined for you, so that everyone can touch it with his hands, that it is truly only me, who must have come according to the prophecies of all the prophets up to Simeon, Anna, Zacharias, and John, who was decapitated by Herod. See, these 9 should all become alive, and will go home to their families. If they fully strengthened will wake up, do not detain them, but let them go immediately. Only if I have left this area, you may inform them what has happened to them." When I have finished speaking, I said to Marcus, "Put again some wine in their mouths." Marcus did so. But Cyrenius and Cornelius asked me why the drowned must be given wine before making them alive again. I said, "To revive these 9, this is absolutely not necessary. But since they will leave immediately after being revived, they need strengthening of the body. and this is accomplished by putting some wine in their mouths before reviving them. It will be absorbed by the nerves of the palatal and tongue, and in this way shared with all the other life nerves. When these 9 become alive, the soul, returned to the body, will already have a strengthened tool, which she can immediately use for all kind of activity. If it wasn't for this pre-strengthening, the newly revived would need to stay for a while to strengthen their limbs for any activity. At the same time, this pre-strengthening will leave a nice taste in the mouth of the concerned, which is also necessary since the murky water smell would cause them to become sick after being awakened, from which they could not been completely freed for a long time. Now you also know this. Do you still have any concerns in this regard? Said Cornelius, No, not really, Lord and Master. However, the thought came to me, how you, as the Almighty, whose will is capable of doing everything, here and there still make use of completely natural means to achieve a certain goal. I said, and why should I not? Are the natural means not also a creation of my will? Namely, the wine out of the cellar of Marcus, whose empty tubes and other holders I alone filled with wine miraculously. If I therefore make use of natural means, then this is not less a miracle than using no natural means, but only my will. Do you understand this now? Said Cornelius and Cyrenius, Yes, also this is now very clear to us. We are already looking forward to the reviving of the 9 drowned people. Will this take place immediately? I said, Only a little more patience, until they had been given some wine in their mouth for a 3rd time, so that they can have sufficient pre-strengthening in them before coming to life again. With that, all the curious were being satisfied, and Marcus gave on my instructions to the 9 for the 3rd time some wine in their mouths. Thereupon I say to the many bystanders, This task has now also been completed. But let us distance ourselves from this place and sit at the tables where a well-prepared morning meal awaits us. If we would stay here, we would only confuse the newly awakened, and they would think that something extraordinary had happened to them. But if they do not see anybody close by, it will seem to them that they, because of yesterday's storm, completely dazed and worn out, had fallen asleep on this hill, and only awoke from a deep sleep this morning, the day following yesterday's Sabbath. Because of that, they will completely unconcerned and quietly rise from where they are lying now and return to their homes, where they, of course, will be welcomed by their families with the biggest joy and be refreshed. "37. Cornelius is doubting. Upon this my word, everyone immediately carries out my instructions, but many quite reluctantly, since they would have liked observing the miracle from close by. But no one dares to make any comment. We walk to our tables and sit down and reach for the fishes, which were this time tastily prepared, and we eat with a joyful mood. This time, especially my Jara is in a good mood and says, "I really don't know why it is that I'm in such a good mood today. But I also have noticed something else, and this is that not all the others are in such a good mood like I am. I am a girl and should have been tormented by curiosity more than others. But here it is just the opposite. The men are all the time peeping to make sure if the 9 have already awakened. But I have not peeped once. Nevertheless, I already have seen them walking away, one after the other one. But the men and lords and kings still keep looking and ask themselves in their souls if they really became alive again. Oh, already, a little half-hour ago. Immediately after arriving at the tables, the 9 started stirring, and one after the other rose from the ground, rubbed the sleep out of their eyes, and left. I observed this very easily through the trees which partially covers the view from here to that particular place. Since I'm small, I could easily look underneath the branches. But you are big, and the branches blocked your view to see the miracle of the power of the divine will. But now it is already too late. Even if you went there, you would find nothing than perhaps the place where the 9 were lying. Also those which the Lord already yesterday, shortly after the storm has awakened, left with the 9 for home. Said Cornelius, "But you have very good eyes and notices everything. If everything is done, then everything is in any way fine and good, and we don't need anything else than the assured success of that, what the Lord arranges and wants. Since only one single failure would cause some doubts among the hardline believers. Did you really saw the 9 getting up and walking away?" Says Jara, a little excited, "Now then, I hope not one is contemplating a liar in me. As long as I live and can think, never ever did a lie come over my lips. And at the side of my Lord, my God and most true Master, should I bring forth a lie, to satisfy thereby your curiosity? Oh, then you, elevated Lord, do not in the least know Jara. See, in the still so bright mind also resides the lie. Since you can have explained something to someone out of your mind, as it made sense to you, but your made sense to you was utterly wrong, and thus have completely lied with your explanation, because you have misled yourself and your neighbour. But the true and pure love never lies and cannot lie, since it honours its neighbour, and as also a child of God, more than itself and God above all. But I am full of love for God, and therefore also for my neighbour. And you think I'm able to provide you with wrong information? Elevated Cornelius, this imposition coming from you was not well behaved. Said Cornelius, but most lovely Jara, never ever did I meant it in such a way. I asked you in this way because it is a completely normal way of asking. However, not in the remotest sense did I think that you could have told me something which is untrue. Ask the Lord himself, who surely knows what goes on in my soul, if I intended to accuse you, most guileless and loveliest girl, of a lie? The 9 have been awakened by the will of the Lord, and have also already departed according to the will of the Lord. And the whole matter is thereby concluded. But I gave you the somewhat ungainly question as a pure habit, and actually did not thought anything of it. Will you be cross with me about that? Said Jarrah, Oh, not at all. But in future you must think about your questions more carefully. But now let's talk about something else, since we have long enough talked about empty matters. Said Cornelius and Cyrenius, Yes, you are absolutely right. Every minute which we spend on idle chatting is a great loss, if the Lord is with us. Let us give to only the Lord the honour to determine and arrange something. I said, Let's leave it at that. We now have time for fishing and want to provide Marcus with ample stock. After midday, however, something else will come up. The old Marcus, who overheard me, instructed immediately his sons to prepare the necessary vessels, because the fish in the large, fenced-off container in the lake was severely damaged during yesterday's storm. "38. The greed of Judas. While we were discussing at our table this and that, an argument started between the 30 young Pharisees and the still present 20 Persians. The Persians considered the awakening of the 9 drowned persons as a proper miracle. But the 30 young Pharisees in a small way doubted such. Especially Risa, who earlier strengthened Hebron for me, was the strongest against the same. Hebron said, Friend Risa, if a person for once is dead by the body, like those 9 were dead, you can place him as you like, and the following day likewise, and you can put the same wine in his mouth. He will still never come to life again. This is an act of the divine willpower, and the placing and pouring of wine are serving no other purpose than letting the water run out of the stomach and the lungs by a correct placing, and that by the wine the still unsettled nerves receive a necessary pre-strengthening, and not to provide the palate with a disgusting taste. But in connection with the later awakening of the dead body, not the placing or the wine is of any importance. The Lord only allowed this to happen because He has decided to bring those 9 back to life again by His will, and that the souls immediately find an inhabitable and useful body. Don't you see the logic of it? Says Risa, Yes, I can see it, and you will be probably right. Nevertheless, it still requires effective proof to convince oneself scientifically that the placing and the later triple administering of wine on its own cannot make the body of a completely drowned person alive again. If one is convinced about that, only then does this awakening become a perfect miracle. This is my opinion. Said Hebron, Now then, if you insist and the Lord wants it, It might happen that during the newly arranged fishing trip, another corpse is found, and with him you can apply exactly the same placing and wind administering experiments to revive him again. However, you will find that you will not achieve any joyful results. Said the Persians, "We share this opinion. Since what is only possible for the power of the divine will is not possible for any person who is only a creature himself, except if the will of God acts with and through a person. This is our opinion, and we do not believe to be on the wrong path with it. But now all are proceeding to the water, and therefore also we want to mount our vessels, since with this opportunity most likely some sort of miracle will occur, and of that we must be witnesses." Thereupon a general departure to the water takes place, which during this morning is very quiet and suited for fishing. This time my disciples, except for Iscariot, worked together with the sons of the old Marcus, and helped them to spread and throw out the big nets. But Judas Iscariot entertained himself privately by going all by himself to the completely ruined city to investigate what was going on, since he earlier had overheard that the wealthy Greeks wanted to pave some of the streets with gold and silver. But he thought and was under the impression that the wealthy had already made considerable progress in this regard. He therefore went unseen to the burnt-down city to fish for gold, silver, and other valuables lying in the open. But this time his dirty tricks did not pay it off, except on his back, since when he was as a stranger discovered to chase after gold and silver in the back streets, he was soon arrested by the guards and suffered a hard beating. Thereupon he of course left the ruins of the old town, which was still smouldering despite yesterday's storm. The town's ancient name was Philippia Philippi, and only recently under the emperors of Rome received the additional name Caesarea. When our gold fisher arrived with hurrying steps back at the house of Marcus, he of course met no one except the wife and daughters of Marcus, with whom he were not able to get far, since they had their hands full with preparing lunch and had therefore no time to pay attention to him. Besides, they already believed firmly in me, and were therefore not at all in the mood to answer the somewhat cheeky questions of Judas Iscariot. In addition, this disciple was not in their favour, because during the past few days he proved himself to be greedy and intolerable. Since he was not welcomed in the women house of Marcus, he left the house and went to the sea to look for us, but could not see us, since we had to steer onto the high seas to make a good catch, because of a fish trail occurring only twice a year, according to the direction of the Jordan, coming from the Merom Sea, carrying a lot of fish consisting mainly of the best gold cod trout. Since the disciple who stayed behind was very bored and did not know what to do, he went to the tents of Uran to investigate if everything has been removed, and at the same time using the opportunity to find perhaps a few superfluous gold or silver pieces which were left behind by someone. But also there the world was nailed shut with boards, since Uran has left in each tent 3 guards behind, with whom it was not advisable to speak during the absence of their master. With a lot of anger he left the tents and went to look for a shady tree, under which he lay down and fell quite comfortably asleep. But shortly afterwards his sleep was also interrupted, since the flies gave him no rest. In short, Iscariot was tormented for 3 full hours and was near desperation. He then saw our ship, and his heart felt a little lighter, and he regretted it already quite a lot that he left my company. "39. The unfaithful servant of Helena. But we made a true million catch of the best fish, and on the high seas 2 completely naked female corpses were found drifting around, which earlier fell into the hands of pirates who robbed them of everything, and afterwards threw them alive into the water. Both, maidens of 19 and 21 years of age, were well formed, were from Capernaum, and daughters of a wealthy house who wanted to travel to Gadarene, and entrusted themselves to the sea. Their ship and the ship's crew were in order, but in the middle of the lake they bumped into a Greek pirate who took the ship. The crew of 4 and the 2 maidens lost their lives. The 4 crewmen were killed before they were thrown into the sea. Towards both maidens the pirates were a little more humane. They took off all their clothes, raped them, and only then threw them into the sea. But the perpetrators were even before daybreak today caught by the arm of justice and the court, and those devils will not escape their sharpest punishment. The maidens were, however, firmly tied together with their hair and drifted completely dead on the water. This was very good for the placing and wine experiment to perhaps revive someone who drowned, as believed by Risa. Therefore both corpses were wrapped in cloths and put into the ship. But there was now a lot of work to do, and Marcus did not know how to store all the fish. But I instructed Raphael to help Marcus, and very quickly everything was in the best order. But Risa took charge of the reviving effort of the 2 corpses, and laid them in the same manner on the ground as I have done a day before. And Thomas quickly greeted Judas Iscariot and asked him somewhat ironically how his fishing expedition went. Judas Iscariot grumbled something into his thick beard, but did not dare to start a controversial conversation with Thomas, since he remembered that it in fact was Thomas who warned him beforehand not to go to the city and search for gold, and therefore he did not want Thomas to know how it went. Thus Judas Iscariot kept quiet. But I gave Thomas a sign that he should no longer pursue the gold seeker, because it would bear only little fruit. However, it came to pass that a servant of Iran, on the account of Judas Iscariot, reached into the treasure bag of Helena and stole 30 silver coins. The servant came hurriedly to our table and said, "A thief! A thief!" When the high masters were at sea to attend the pleasant fishing expedition, and nobody, except for the Roman soldiers who camp around the mountain and are busy exercising, were close by, I had to leave the large tent to relieve myself. At that moment a disciple of the great prophet, whom you rightly call your master, crept into the tent and stole before I was back in the tent, from the treasure bag of the princess, 30 silver coins. When I entered the tent, I found him embarrassed in the tent, with his eyes searching the ground, as if he was searching for a lost item. I spoke to him quite gruffly, since he looked suspicious to me, but he was frightened and immediately left the tent. Initially, I did not expect any wrongdoing by a disciple of the big prophet. But when I walked up and down in the tent, I noticed the treasure bag of the most elated princess, because it was not in the same order as it was known to me before. For being a confidant, I was familiar with the numeric content of the treasure bag. I took the bag and counted the precious content, and see, 30 silver coins were missing. Those 30 delightful silver pieces could impossibly have been taken by anyone else than the previously indicated disciple. Most submissively, I want to report this in time, so that in the end no suspicion falls on me who is innocent. Says Helena, "Servant, why do you apologize, even before anybody has cast any suspicion on you?" Says the guard, "Most merciful princess, I do not apologize, but most dutifully I simply report the theft carried out by the disciple of the great prophet." Says Helena, "When did you previously search my treasure bag without my knowledge?" Says the guard, "Oh, immediately after the elated, most merciful princess left the tent in my care. There were in all 600 coins, but now there are only 570. Apparently there are 30 coins missing, which nobody else could have taken than this disciple. Since I'm as guard responsible for the elated treasures, I must know what and how much I have to guard. And as an old, loyal servant, I cannot be blamed if I on time familiarize myself about what and how much I have to guard. I now have noted the reported missing goods and have most dutifully reported it." Says Helena, "Very well, very well. Later we will look into the matter in more detail and find out who the culprit of the evil was, and he will not escape a just punishment. Perhaps it is also a possibility that you made a mistake when counting the first or the second time, and it would be wrong to accuse the disciple of the Divine Master, who entered the tent because maybe he was bored, for what he even had a right to do so, since no rule was given by us that nobody was allowed to enter the tents. Go back to your post. I shall soon go there myself to investigate everything very thoroughly." With this answer, the guard went away, and his first task was to put the 30 coins as quick as possible back into the bag, so that the princess was right with her remark, in that he made a counting error. When he was finished with this operation, he became very embarrassed. What he was going to say during the investigation. So he thought that it would be best to go back to the princess, to ask her for forgiveness, and thereby show to her that he made a counting error and that he did a great injustice to the disciple. Thought and done. After a few minutes he returned and explained it to the princess, and at the same time he asked her to let go the promised investigation, since no crime was committed anymore. When doing so, he still looked very embarrassed. since he knew that King Uran punishes nothing more sharply than a lie and theft. Helena felt pity for the old goblin, who never before proved to be disloyal, and she said to him, "Stand up and go your ways. It wasn't nice of you that you wanted to revenge yourself in such a low manner on the disciple of the Lord, just because you don't like him, but who never did any harm to you, except that, since we are here, you can't stand him. See, this was evil of you, and you deserved to be sharply punished. Since now everything is quite clear to me how you have acted." Here the servant starts to tremble, and Judas Iscariot, who listened with great attention to this dialogue from a distance, came to the servant and said to him, "Indeed, you have acted bad against me and without any reason, but I forgive you. Yes, I was in the tent, and when I was nearly only a few moments inside, you fiercely confronted me from behind, and I went my ways. But there was never any mentioning that the treasures of the tent had been violated. And if you would not have confronted me so fiercely, the treasures which you have been guarding would not have suffered any damage by me. In short, let it be as it may be. I have forgiven you. But with your masters you must see to it yourself how to get along well." "40. Outer rest and inner activity. With that, Judas Iscariot stepped back, and I said to Helena, Uran, and Mathael, "Leave everything alone, since we have more important things to discuss. Keep the servant and do not punish him, because he would never have undertaken this loose prank if it wasn't for a spirit who drove him to it. But he was driven, so that he did a prophecy for us, which will be fulfilled. But nothing further on this topic, since we have now much more important things to discuss." And Cyrenius asked me, quite surprised, "Lord, what will that be? It appears to me that there can be nothing more important than what we already have encountered here. Oh, speak, Lord. My heart is trembling from desire to learn about your new arrangements and decisions, so that I can act accordingly." I said, "Just be a little patient, since everything must have its time to reach ripeness. Therefore, a little rest is now above all necessary. Thus rest with me a very short while." After that, all rested, and the matter between Judas Iscariot and the guard of the treasures of Uran, which bothered Uran and Mathael in any way very little, was settled. Both of them were discussing very important government matters with Cornelius and Faustus. Since Uran was very anxious, because he already began to think about it, to return to the people of whom he was the king, with this great discovery of truth, and make them happy as much as possible. He wanted to be a king of sensible and wise people, and not of pure human larvae and machines, who, without knowledge and without a will, walk through life like animals. But Risa observed his two corpses and only thought about it. if they would become alive again by his pre-manipulation, which he copied, and finally by the power of my name. Others around me thought about it, what the very important matter could be, which I after the short rest will attend to. In short, although it looked as if all were resting externally, they were in their inner soul, in the highest degree active. Nobody knew where from and where to. Philippold, Muriel, and Kisjona stuck their heads together and deliberated feverishly about what was supposed to happen. Cyrenius and Ebal and Jara were also thinking a lot and could not find anything that still could be happening. It appeared to them that everything was already exhausted. Shabi and Jura, the two Persian delegated speakers, said to their colleagues, who pressed them strongly, "Stop it! It would mean to tempt the power of God in our hearts. What do we know? How we are constituted within? But if we do not know anything about ourselves, how should we know how God is constituted within, and what he will do? But this we know, that everything he will do will be most wise, and it will be aimed to our best advantage. No matter what will happen now, more or less spectacular as there was before, it should bother us only very little. We are, and will stay, merchants, and everything which is aimed to our best, we can use exceedingly well. In the end, we regard everything equally spectacular, valuable and important what is coming from him, the only Lord of eternity, and the infinity of all his countless deeds and works. Since we do not know ourselves, we therefore also cannot know what else we still need, above everything we already have received. But he knows it, and, hence, he can designate what will be coming as something big and as very important. Because for the Lord of all order from eternity, it is impossible to start counting at 13 or 14, but always only at 1. And as such, he also knows pure and clear what we, according to sequential order, need for our inner life perfection. Therefore, we can wait in complete tranquility for what he still wants to undertake today. This quite wise advice calmed the souls of the Persians completely. But also the souls of those sitting at my table calmed down and waited with tensest expectations and joy for what I later on will do very openly. "41. Herod's spies. But the old Marcus came out of the house, where he was busy with preparations for a midday meal, to me and said very softly, 'Lord, forgive me if I disturb you with my concern for a few moments.' I say to him, 'Friend, go and tell the lurking spies of Herod behind your house. The Son of Man acts and speaks openly before the eyes and ears of all the world, and does not want to make any secret deals with anybody. Who thus wants to talk to me, and wants to discuss something with me, must come to me, and must also speak and act completely openly. With me, nothing is quietly and secretly whispered into one's ear, and no negotiations and meetings take place in secrecy. This is a damned custom of the worldly children. If they have evil in mind, and therefore do not dare to come openly and fast enough to daylight with it, because they fear the people for the sake of their evil intentions. But I act openly and say everything loudly, and am not afraid of the people, because my intentions with the people are good. Marcus bowed most deeply to me and went to fulfill my instructions with the biggest punctuality. When he whispered this with all seriousness into the false faces of the lurkers, which were sent out by Herod into all directions, one of the crowd said, "Friend, it seems you do not know that we have received every authority, even over life and death, from Herod, and have the right to immediately destroy every cheeky opponent." Said Marcus, "Also over a citizen of Rome, as I am?" Said the cheeky spokesman, "If we destroy him, we will not held responsible by Herod." Said Marcus, but instead even more certain by God and the Roman upper governor Cyrenius, who fortunately is staying here with me for quite a few days already, with many high-ranking individuals from Rome. Beware, if you dare to touch my house with only one hostile finger. Said the cheeky, "Are you saying that the upper governor of Rome is here? Just a few days ago he assigned the open sword right through the governor of Jerusalem to Herod." At this point Marcus sent one of his sons to Cyrenius with the instructions to inform the upper governor immediately about it. When Cyrenius heard this, with a deep wrath, he immediately ordered Julius with 100 soldiers to arrest the 30 spies straight away, and to kill without mercy everyone who does not immediately surrenders and hand over his weapons. I said, "Not to kill, only arrest." And this was followed straight away. When the spies saw that the Romans furiously stormed them, they wanted to flee, but they did not succeed. The Roman soldiers warned them very loudly that they would kill everyone mercilessly who dared to fight back. This very furious and serious-sounding promise was effective. The cheeky spies surrendered and were immediately tied up with cords and chains and, with terrified faces, were brought under the precedence of Marcus and Julius to the upper governor. When standing in front of Cyrenius and Cornelius and Faustus, Cyrenius asked them with the usual Roman dictatorial seriousness, "Where is your written authority and the order instructing you to pursue the prophet of Galilee wherever he goes?" Said the leader, whose name was Zinca, "My lord, gagged at hands and feet, I cannot take them out of my concealed bag. Allow your soldiers to undo me, and you should have the documents, so that you can see that also we have a lord in the background who rules above us, and we have to obey him, because he expensively bought the right from you Romans to be in your place lord over our lives and can, irresponsibly towards you, kill at will whenever he wants. We do not mind if 10,000 prophets swarm all over Galilee. If they leave us alone, we certainly cause them also no harm. But if a mighty ruler calls us and pays us handsomely, and in case of service refusal he can also kill us by his many executioner, it becomes a completely different matter. We then must pursue everyone on life and death, irrespective of the pursued being a most honest person. Or are your soldiers and mercenaries transgressing by carrying out your orders on life and death? If somebody is responsible before God, provided there is one, then it can be only a lord, but never his faithful servant. Let your soldiers undo me, and I immediately will show you our authorization written by Herod's own hand in 3 languages. Only then you can make a full, valid judgment about us. Cyrenius allows Zinka to be untied, who immediately reaches into his concealed pocket, takes out a parchment roll, hands it to Cyrenius and says, "There, read it, and then judge rightly before all the world whether our pursuit with regard to the Galilean prophet, a certain Jesus from Nazareth, is lawful or unlawful." Cyrenius reads the authorization, which is undersigned by the name of Herod. In short, it reads word for word like this. Based on the rule over the entire Jewish country, which I, the sub-ruler Herod, have obtained from Rome for 1,000 pounds silver and 100 pound gold, I order, relying on the support by Rome which I have paid for dearly, to arrest the prophet from Galilee, who appears to be a threat to me and my institutions, and hand him over to me dead or alive. In the former case I myself will examine him and see of which nature he is. My henchmen, however, have, with this document written by myself, the fullest right to search, pursue, and arrest the accused on all roads and paths, on all lanes and streets, and if he opposes his arrest, he must be killed with all his followers, after which he must be brought to me, and everyone who was part of his arrest will receive a reward of 300 silver coins. Written in Jerusalem at my own palace. Said Zinka, "Now, what do you say to this? Are we 30 within the law or not?" Cyrenius thinks a little and then says, "According to my knowledge and will, Herod was never given such authority in this way by Rome. According to my loyal knowledge, he was only given the authority to exercise the sword right himself in his own house in an emergency, but outside his house only then, if any conspiracy against us Romans would exist, and a Roman occupation unit, and also a proper court for the place where the riot takes place would be too far off, and Herod and his guard of honour would be present. These are the only circumstances under which he is allowed to exercise the sharp sword right. This is how the written authority from Rome to Herod reads, which I have seen and whereby I myself was involved to set it up. Since every order from Rome to Asia must go through my hands, or through the hands of one of my representatives, who always have to report back to me within the shortest possible time about everything that has happened. Therefore, this authority is thereby declared by me as nil and void, and this until such time when I have been instructed by Rome to the contrary regarding how, when, and why such a comprehensive authority was given to Herod, which must fill us faithful Romans with just fear and concern. This authority will not be given back to you until it has returned from Rome. In the meantime, you will be my prisoners. Although you are by yourselves legally no criminals, you are nevertheless tools, with whom the one criminal can commit one atrocity after the other. And for horrid deeds, Rome has never given an authority to anyone, and surely would not have given it to Herod either. But I am aware how the Herods are misusing their concessions under one or the other patriotic false pretext. The murders of the most innocent children committed by the old Herod still serves me as clear proof how these clever Greek foxes know how to abuse their rights admitted to them by Rome for their own advantage, to turn the Jewish people in masses away from the Romans. Oh, I know how to put Herod back between those barriers. This will be a very serious matter for me. The old Herod has tasted my old Roman sense for justice, although at that stage I was not much older than 30 years of age. No, I'm nearly an old man, have more experience and have become more serious, and regard a strict law as even more important. Now I fully keep to it. Pereat mundus, fiat jus. Even if the world perishes, the law will be upheld. Straight away I will send 2 messengers, the one to Rome and the other to Jerusalem to Herod, asking him for all authorizations of Rome which are kept in his hands. He and his servants, workers, and servants' servants will be sorry if his authorization does not correspond with the content of this authorization given to you. (42) Zinker's defense and relates about John the Baptist. Says Zinker, "Lord, this certainly will not also be our evil case. Our Lord and Master was until now Herod. Yes, he in fact committed certain horrible injustice to poor mankind. I recognize this quite clear and well. But what else could one do but to make his orders a sad reality? What can one of your executioners do if you command him to cut off the head from the body of a real or even an ostensible criminal? He may have 100 times by himself the fullest conviction that the condemned in all seriousness is innocent. He still must put the sharp hatchet to his nape. Did we not realize the fullest innocence of John, who was beheaded a short while ago? Oh, we did knew it, and loved the wise God-devoted eccentric. Since even in the dungeon he gave us the nicest teachings, admonished us to all kind of patience and perseverance, and warned us about sins against God and against the neighbour, and also indicated to us that now in Galilee a prophet of all prophets and a true priest of all priests has risen, of whom he is not worthy to undo his shoelaces. He announced it to us, that it will be him who will release us from evil and show us the way of light, of truth, and the everlasting life. In short, he taught us guards as if we were his disciples and his best friends. When asked by Herod what the prisoner is doing and how he behaves, all of us could only say the best of him. This pleased Herod so much that he himself visited John to be taught by him. And it surely wouldn't have taken a lot more for Herod to give him his full freedom, if John, as an otherwise extremely wise man, wouldn't have committed a very foolish thing by too early telling the lustful master that his relationship with the beautiful Herodias was extremely sinful. Yes, John nearly convinced Herod to turn away from Herodias. Unfortunately, during that time, Herod celebrated his day with a big show, and Herodias, more or less familiar with the weaknesses of Herod, dressed up very unusually during that day, and thereby increased her charm to an incredible height. Dressed up like this, she came with her dragon mother to congratulate him. And since there were harpists and pipers and violinists in his house, Herodias danced in front of the completely aroused Herod. The randy Herod was so pleased by that the fool committed himself to a heavy oath to grant her every wish, whatever she would ask from him. Now our John was as good as dead, since he was standing directly in the way of the damned greed of the mother. She gave the youth a sign that she should ask for the head of John on a silver platter, what the youth, although secretly horrified, did. Now, to what use is our love for John? What our conviction about his fullest innocence? What our regret? To what our loud cursing of the old and young Herodias? I myself and a henchman had to go to the prison to inform the good John about the despicable will of the mighty ruler, and was forced to bind him and let it happen that his venerable head be separated from his torso on that damned block with a sharp hatchet. During the event, I cried like a child about the too great malice of both women, and over the saddest fate of someone who became a dear friend of mine. But to what use is all this against the dark, blinded and hardened will of one mighty brute? Likewise, we have been sent out to capture the prophet who operates in Galilee, and who is probably the same of whom John told us great things, and deliver him to Herod. Can we help it if we are servants and attendants recruited under oath of this brute? Or can we leave his service if we wanted to? Didn't he place the dungeon and death on a disloyal desertion? If we are and act like we are forced to be and act, then you, Lord, show me the just judge who can condemn us for that. Let all angels and God himself come down from heaven to earth and impose a condemning judgment on us. It will be exactly fair as the decapitation of John. If there is a just God, he apparently must be wiser than all the people. But if he is wiser and almighty on top of it, then truly I do not understand on what grounds he allows that such monsters of people arise and even become powerful. This is also the only reason why I and my 29 accomplices do not believe in any God anymore. The last spark of belief was taken away from us by the disgraceful decapitation of John. Because if I were God, I would rather have shattered 1,000 Herods with 100,000 lightning strikes than allow the beheading of only one John. It might be true that God is able to repay John 1,000-fold in the beyond, if he endured the cruelty committed here with patience and devotion. However, based on my judgment, I will not give to the dear God half a life, in which conviction I currently live, for 1,000 most blissful lives, of which no person ever had any convincing certainty about. Who has the power, can dictate as he likes. But we weaklings and powerless must serve him as pack animals on life and death. If he commits murder, it means nothing, since he has the right for it by his power. But if we commit murder, we are criminals and are in turn murdered. But I asked you and all lords and wise men of your council, what God can allow this as right? I beg you, Lord, give me a clear answer about it. "43. The answer of Cyrenius. On this remark, Cyrenius's eyes widened, and he said with a subdued voice to me, "This person has truly not fallen on his head, and it seems if he has quite a lot of soul. He should be helped. What do you think, O Lord? Should the man and also his colleagues be turned to us?" I say quite openly, not even a somewhat strong tree is cut down with one blow. But with some patience, one can achieve a lot. You should also not, the one you want to lead, let him look into the full midday sun. Because if you give him all at once too much light, he will be blinded for a longer period of time. However, if you bit by bit make him used to the light, he will be able to see everything with great clarity in the brightest light, and will after that not become blind again. This person has provided me with a good service, since he, as an eye and ear witness, has correctly stated in front of my disciples how my precursor John, who has preached and baptized in the area of the Jordan, has been arrested and killed by Herod. Not for me, but for the sake of my disciples, he also should state, why did Herod order John to be arrested and thrown into prison? Ask him this question. Says Cyrenius by turning to Zinka, "Friend, my judgment should not be understood in such a way that I also allow the servants and attendants of a brute to be punished, if they in their souls are not remotely of the same inclination as he is, but only then, if they were like him and stubbornly and in a certain way already wilfully want to carry out the evil intentions of their despotic brute. But people like you, who only too well recognize the inhuman of their inhuman master and deeply abhor it in their hearts, I will always understand to treat them according to what is right and what is fair. But why God in many instances allows evil to triumph in this world, while at the same time virtue suffers and is crushed up to the bodily death? For that, friend, a marvellous answer exists, but lies for your current state of mind much too deep, that you and your colleagues, whose mind appears even much more outwardly than yours, could understand it. But there will come a time, perhaps in the near future, that you will comprehend it very precisely, even with your whole soul, why the Herods also must exist. Says Zinka, "Lord, you just showed me the mercy to address me with the word friend. But do not let this purposeful word become an empty sound, as it is unfortunately mostly the case among people. But if you have used this word in the true sense, then show me the friendship and allow also my 29 friends to be freed from the heavy ties, that neither I or they will run away, will firstly be prevented by the strong guard, and second mainly by your friendly word. Believe me, I speak freely and openly. With the deepest aversion we all are what we unfortunately are. If you could free us from this yoke, you would have accomplished the most humane and most just deed. Says Cyrenius, leave it there. I will worry about that. Look around, and you see many which have been saved from the downfall. There will be only a few who, according to our strict Roman law, would not have earned either the sharp hatchet or even the cross. And look at them, how they, as true people, stand before us like the purest gold, and nobody wishes to leave our company. I hope that you will feel in the near future likewise, since with God all things are very easily possible, of which I have the most living conviction. But now allow me to direct a very important question to you, which consists of the following. You have provided us all with a rather weighty service by completely openly telling us why and how the worthy seer of God has been killed by Herod. Now, you were probably also present when he was captured? Couldn't you also tell me the actual reason why Herod arrested John? Since he certainly didn't do him any harm. He must have had some reason for doing it. "44. The capture of John the Baptist. Says Zinker, if I may speak completely freely and openly without any bad consequences, I could give you the true reason, since I myself was an accomplice to the most innocent of all most innocent people. But if there is perhaps too much dry hay on the roof, it then is much better for me if I may keep quiet about the matter, which I cannot remember without the greatest heartbreak, but also not without the most bitter and most poisonous rage. Says Cyrenius, speak completely free and openly, because among us you will not find any very dry straw on the roof. Says Zinker, this is good, and now listen to me. I said previously to you that I do not believe in any God any more, since everything what is taught in the temple about him is a lie, the darkest and most shameful lie. Because such a God can forever never exist. Our unlucky friend John taught the people in all seriousness to recognize the right God, and his teachings were long overdue and did good deeds in the highest degree to every person who does not belong to the temple and who wasn't a Pharisee. But therefore his teachings were an even bigger horror to the temple. As a very reasonable man, you will now be able to slowly and gently start to understand from where the storm is blowing. The temple clerics would have liked for quite some time already to have the poor John eliminated, if it wasn't for the people whom they were afraid of whom the majority already started to realize the most shameful lies and the darkest fraudulence. They therefore devised a plan to make Herod believe that our John secretly had a plan to incite the people to a most terrible mutiny against the oppressor Herod by all kinds of very subtle disguised pretenses. In the end, Herod was influenced by this plot to such an extent that he himself, accompanied by us, rushed to the very desolate area of the Jordan to convince himself if the case with John was in fact really such a dangerous matter. On arrival at John, even by the utmost critical investigation, he couldn't find the slightest sign of anything of what the temple clerics had tried to make him believe. In the end, he himself was fiercely upset about such indescribable wickedness of the temple and his inhabitants. After the temple was putting pressure on him to demobilize John, he said with a threatening face in my presence to them, "Upon the advice and will of wretched, greedy dogs, he will never condemn a person against his conviction." Upon such vigorous response, the Black Knights withdrew and kept quiet. Nevertheless, did they rest by forging new evil plans. While outwardly presenting a friendly face about the bad situation for them, and pretending as if they weren't worried about John in the slightest sense anymore, they secretly hired assassins who were supposed to eliminate the man of God. When Herod became news about this, he felt pity for the honest, harmless seer. He called us together and told us what he had heard, and finally said, "Listen, I must save this person. Go out under pretense with weapons and cords. Bind him lightly. Tell him my secret plan, and he will follow you. Here I will protect well him in a good prison, but he will be allowed to communicate freely with all his disciples." This then also happened, and John was as much as possible content with the circumstances. But the black vipers' brood of the temple learned very soon that Herod kept John under false pretense in prison, at the same time allowing him all the freedom to communicate with his disciples. They then again started to consult with each other how they in the end could influence Herod that he himself will lay his hands on John. Thereupon Zinka was quiet, but Cyrenius even begged him to continue telling his story. And Zinka continued to speak. The black servants of the temple quickly learned that Herod, who was half Jew and half still a heathen, liked to see the young Herodias. But as a Jew, he did not really dared to enter into a closer relationship with her because of committing adultery. By himself, he would really not care too much about it. But because of the loudmouth temple, he was forced to follow at least the outer decor. The Black Knights were aware of all this, so they send a rather mischievous double talker to Herod with the proposal that Herod, for a small sacrifice into God's offerings bin, it was all right for him to keep a concubine because of the known infertility of his wife, and that he can be fully assured that the temple will not take any exception. Herod jumped at this proposal, gave the messenger of the document a few pounds of gold, and the matter was concluded. He immediately sent a messenger to Herodias, and she, of course, did not object too much to comply with the wishes of the lease ruler Herod, since in addition she has been persuaded and driven to it by her mother. Because the old Herodias was a woman as if made for Satan. There was nothing good in her, but instead more evil. The old woman, terribly richly made up, presented her daughter for the first time to Herod herself, and recommended her to his mercy. Although Herod caressed her very affectionately, he still did not commit a sin with her. He gave her many presents and granted her absolutely free admission to himself. When she returned home to her mother, she questioned her as to what she had spoken and done with Herod. The daughter spoke the truth, praised Herod's friendliness, but, nevertheless, very level-headedness, and that he gave her many copious presents, and that he permitted her completely free access to him. She only should remain loyal to him in her heart. But the old witch thought by herself, what I could read like a clear written script from the eyes of the old woman, since I had to accompany Herodias back home. See, there is something behind this. If Herod did not let him be caught by the great charms of my daughter this time round, he will also not get caught a second time. But since the old woman will lose her right to ask Herod for compensation for the daughter losing her honour, she gave the daughter a fine lecture how she should go about the next time, to persuade Herod sleeping with her. Annoyed, I soon left the house of the witch, got back to Herod and told him everything what I have observed. That Herod was not very pleased with this, everybody can see for himself. He soon went to John and told him the whole story. "45. John the Baptist assassinated. Zinka. But John said to him, do not have anything to do with Herodias and her mother, since the old woman is a snake, and the youth an adder. Besides, you know the will of the Almighty God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and knows his order, in which he from the very beginning of all creatures gave the man only one wife. Fertility or no fertility of a woman who has been matrimonially connected to a man does not give you the right to take on a concubine. But if you endure in all patience, it is easy possible for God to still awake a living fruit in the lap of your wife in her old age. Read the story of the patriarchs, and you will find that patience and surrender had brought for them, even in their old age, the most plentiful blessing. Therefore, do not have anything to do with Herodias, and under no circumstances accept a divorce letter from the temple, since God never prescribed a divorce letter. Moses has done this out of himself as a human being. Moses has done this out of himself as a human being, for the sake of the manifold hard-heartedness of the people. But he did not do the right thing, and God the Lord was not very pleased by such institution. This you can be very certain of. Therefore keep to your wife, and do not allow Herodias coming near you. Give Zinka, namely me, the authority, and he will know what to do, that the adder will not come into your house any more. If you follow this advice, you will stay within the friendship of Jehovah. But if not, you will go under and become an enemy of Jehovah. Herod took this to heart and decided to keep away from Herodias. But the old snake and the young adder did everything possible to deceive Herod. They knew when he went out and where he was going, and Herodias knew to cross his path, always as charming as possible made up and dressed. He did not do anything with her. Nevertheless, in his heart it started to glow more, to such an extent that he, in the end himself, searched for opportunities to meet with the beautiful Herodias as much as possible. When it finally started to get closer to his day, Herodias applied all means that she could come to the great feast. In the meantime also the temple clerics inquired with Herodias what progress she made with Herod. And she couldn't tell them anything else, that despite all her tricks and evil manoeuvring, she was still on the same old spot. Who or what was the problem she couldn't tell, although she only too clearly can see that it pleases Herod to see her, and he secretly more and more tries to meet with her. When the temple cleric heard this, he said quite openly to the two, "This is nobody else's doing than this water and baptismal prophet in whom Herod started to believe. He himself arrested him at the Jordan in order to protect him against us. But this will be no use to him. The water prophet must and shall fall. He is for you and for us the most dangerous man. If it can't be done earlier, it will happen on the day of Herod. Try to destroy the prophet at all cost, and you will be able to wind Herod around your finger." With that, the two women had more than enough clarification to understand the reason why their efforts failed. They both discussed it with each other how they could destroy John, and the youth told me her secret and promised me a lot of gold and silver if I could find a good way to kill John. I of course did not consent, but in time I pretended to go accord with their plans. But I only did this to understand with certainty what their evil Satan's plans were, which were cooked up by the two women and the temple knights against the poor John. Herod scratched himself behind the ears and said to me, "This is how things stand, as I see it for a couple of days now. But what can one do? The best might still be that we isolate John even more from open visits, and only allow his most well-known disciples to come to him, but show every foreigner the door. Because it easily can happen that an assassin bought by the two women or by the temple pushes a knife into the heart of our John, and the temple would have achieved their goal. Since you can believe me, also the women are influenced by the temple. In order to save John, I will allow the two women, namely Herodias, admission Therefore go and tell Herodias that from now on she can and may visit me." As the servant, I was forced to obey, although I only too clearly could see that with this help, John was helped in a bad way. From then on, Herodias came nearly daily into the house of Herod, and knew, like nobody else, how to obtain his growing inclination towards her. Only too soon the Black Temple clerics learned about it, and they continuously lay in the ears of the two women, in exchange for a lot of gold, to use every opportunity to persuade Herod to kill John, who turned so many people away from the temple. The old woman swore by the temple to make this a reality. She will not rest until the water prophet has fallen. The youth also knew how to prevent Herod from visiting John and to obtain new advice from him. I, as a servant, did not dare to remind Herod about the words of John, since I only knew him too well. What brute he becomes when his soul is passionately seized by something. And so the evil matter dragged on until the day of Herod. Only a few days before the day of Herod, something must have happened between him and Herodias. Otherwise, she would not have stayed away for a few days. But those few days made Herod's heart even more excited for the beautiful Herodias, and the triumph which she was going to celebrate over Herod on his day was an even greater surety. "46. The Order of Herod. Zinka. That and how she celebrated him for me and thousands is known. But to you all it will not be known that among the disciples of John the legend exists that John has rose again and moved to Galilee, and again is busy with his activities where he originally started. Such legend also came to the ears of Herod and Herodias, who, after the death of John, started to strangely waste away together with the old dragon of a mother. This filled the hearts of Herod and Herodias with great and mighty fear. And therefore Herod sent me, as a proven friend of the victim, out to bring him back to Herod, so that Herod could repay him for the great suffering which he brought over him. Also Herodias cried over every hour in which she listened to her mother, and now liked to reconcile with the offended John again. I just know it too well that John did not rise again. But I myself heard from the mouth of John that a great prophet has risen in Galilee, whom he is not worthy undoing his shoelaces. I said this to Herod, and he said to me, "Go anyway and bring him to me, of whom John spoke with such great respect, since he can possibly help us as well." I also told him what I have heard about the great prophet, namely that he performs extraordinary signs to emphasize his teachings. I told him that the prophet from Galilee awakes the dead and moves mountains, and controls a storm and similar unheard of things. I further told Herod that I can only achieve very little or even nothing at all against the power of such a great prophet, because he could kill thousands with a single thought. But Herod and Herodias did not back down from their desire, and Herod only said, 300 heavy silver coins to the one who brings him to me, with the addition, if it was not possible to bring him alive, he would like to see him as dead. Quite bravely I said to him, if he doesn't come voluntary, we will without fear go and look for him. Until we have killed him, we will not have been alive for a very long time. Since he knows about the most secret thoughts of the people and also about their intentions. Therefore, he will kill us before we even have seen him. When this is the case, I really do not see the reason why we should go after him. But he said to me, I want it, and my will is good. If the prophet is good, he will also recognize my will as good and will come to me. That I will not do to him what I have in my blindness done to John, proves my tears for the good John. Go and carry out my will. Thereupon we went out and are therefore here, until now completely unsuccessful, although we are already travelling around Galilee for 9 weeks with the same intentions. In the meantime, I have sent numerous messengers to Herod to clearly explain to him our fruitless mission, but to no avail. He knows it from other sources that either the risen John or the great prophet are present in Galilee and performing great signs. We therefore should do everything to get hold of him. Every laziness from our side will be most strictly avenged. And thus our search routes have brought us here, since we heard that great signs should have occurred around Caesarea Philippi. We actually found nothing here, other than the totally burned down city, an area which was devastated by the cardinal storm from yesterday, and you, the most rigorous Romans. Provide for us and free us from the fool who cannot be trusted in his fury, and we will be grateful to you. Of that you can be completely sure of. What I have told you now is the fullest truth. You know now precisely how things are standing. Act now according to what is right and in fairness. Once you Romans are our masters, we are no longer interested in Herod. We are prepared to serve you 1,000 times more faithfully than the old fool and brute, since with you there is at least some of a human attitude, where Herod is a monster when struck by his fury. "47. The mysterious Roman authorization. Said Cyrenius, what you wish will happen to you, since I am quite satisfied with your description of Herod, and know now how I have to deal with him. But tell me whether his sub-rule authority is in fact as you have described it to me earlier. You didn't see my name signed at the bottom? Or did you ever had the opportunity to have a look at that document? Be truthful and tell me exactly what you know." Says Zinka, Nothing easier than that. Since I know how to write and can speak 3 languages, I already have made about 50 copies of this document, which each time Herod had to take to the governor for verification with the original in exchange for 10 silver coins. I did not saw your name, however, only the name of the currently ruling emperor. I cannot tell you anything more about it. Says Cyrenius, this is then apparently a new authority, with a completely different content as the one I myself has undersigned. Could you also tell me the time when Herod obtained the infamous authority from Rome? Says Zinker, oh, nothing easier than that. This authority he already obtained a year before, which I know very precisely, since I wrote the application for it. It was indeed requested in the application that the emperor, as a complete sole lord and ruler, should pass over all subordinated positions, and should, ad personam, for his person only, provide an authority to cover him in a way and manner, as stated under the remark in the application. But now comes the actual main issue, behind which, thus only according to my view, lies a big fraud. That Herod actually made an application to Rome, I can vouch for as a trustworthy witness, since I, as said already, has set and written the application myself. This extraordinary request could obviously not be possible without adding a heavy load of gold and silver to Rome. The couriers were 5 of the highest-ranking Pharisees, who at the same time in their very own capacity undertook a trip to Rome. A few days before their departure, they came to Herod and asked him if there wasn't anything they could do for him in Rome. For Herod they came as called, since for 4 weeks already he considered every possibility, how and by whom he could deliver the extraordinary application to Rome in the safest and most secret manner. This opportunity was welcomed by him even more so, since he had a good relationship with those 5 most clever Pharisees, and regarded them as the most trustworthy of their kind. When he asked them for their delivery fee, which normally from Jerusalem was not under £200, they said it will cost him nothing, because what they do for him they do out of pure friendship, since he also had done quite a lot of important friendship services to them. With that, Herod was more than completely content, and gave to the 5 the application together with the heavy load which 30 camels had to carry. In this way, the extraordinary application went according to word to Rome, but according to the truth, most likely somewhere else. That we cannot know. A trip from here to Rome lasts under favourable weather conditions 3 full weeks, otherwise also a month. One stays in Rome for a few days, sometimes even for weeks, and it takes time until someone gets to the emperor. Such an application is, in the most favourable case, not completed in less than half a year, because he has to deal with thousands of more important government issues. Now we get to the return trip, which must take up the same time as the forward trip. From many experiences accurately calculated, according to my knowledge, nothing has returned from Rome earlier than 3/4 of a year. However, the 5 messengers handed the requested authority, precisely according to the remark in the application written by me, to Herod within the time frame of less than 6 weeks, complete, written on nice parchment with all known signatures of the emperor, and congratulated Herod with all kinds of pomp. I kept my thoughts for myself, but I still put my head on a block that the 5 messengers, during the opportunity at hand, were just as little in Rome as myself. The scoundrels have hidden their heavy attachment and the 30 camels well, forged the signature and other signs of the emperor, and have given Herod a confidential imperial authority, of which he knows as much as you do, elated Lord and Master. Just note, elated Lord, this is only my personal opinion. It is possible that the authority did in fact come from the emperor. Perhaps the ships had a good wind, forth and back. This would explain at least in some way the trip to and fro. And by chance they could have found the emperor at leisure, business-free hour immediately at their arrival in Rome. He allowed them to see him immediately and issued them with the requested authority, whereupon they immediately found a ship steering back to Asia, and with the most favourable wind, they reached the coast of Judea. In short, I do not want to be a judge. Everything is just my surmise and calculation. "48. The false authorization of Herod. Says Cyrenius, "Friend, this is more than a surmise. This is completely the purest truth." Even if the emperor had given Herod the requested authority within the quickest exchange, it would have been impossible to be sent back from Rome to Jerusalem within 6 weeks. Since each order coming from Rome to Sidon takes under the most favourable wind conditions already 40 days. Along the high seas, where the route might be shortest, no ships sail anyway. If someone sails along the coast of the great Mediterranean Sea or the Adriatic Sea past Greek to here, it requires at least 40 days, and therefore nobody can make the trip to and fro within the same time. In addition, each foreigner who comes to Rome and wants to ask the emperor for a favour must stay 70 days in Rome, before which time none other than a general or high-ranking dignitary be allowed to see the emperor, but surely not a foreign messenger or privateer. Since it is a set custom in Rome that every foreigner who wants to obtain a favour from the emperor in Rome must first make a sacrifice to the city by consuming as much as possible and by bringing other presents and sacrifices to the many institutions and events. What, so to speak, each foreigner coming from faraway countries is able to do, since he, without being very rich, could not come to Rome and ask for any special favours. Because for the common, poor working class, laws and fair judges are appointed and confirmed. If someone has difficulties, he knows where to go. If he goes, he will be helped fairly and according to the law. Since with us Romans there are no exceptions, and the principle applies throughout. Justitia fundamentum regnorum. justice is the foundation of all nations' empires. And pereat mundus, fiat jus. The world can go under, but justice to everyone. These are not only empty words with us Romans, but principles, which have been up to now followed very strictly. Therefore, it is not unfair for those who come to Rome to bring a sacrifice to the big city of nations, before being regarded worthy of any kind of imperial mercy. And from this, in turn, it can be derived that the 5 messengers from the temple could not have been come before the emperor in less than 70 days, and therefore it would be impossible for them to make an effective trip to Rome and back within 6 weeks. But if they could not do this, the certain judgmental conclusion is reached by itself, that the 5 kept the treasures of honour for the emperor for themselves, and handed a forged and therefore completely falsified authority to the power-hungry sub-ruler. Herod thinks to own a greater jurisdiction as was originally issued to him by Rome as a sub-ruler. However, soonest he will be given the clearest wine about it. Yes, now I understand why Rome has not given me any report whatsoever about it, since I, as the most unrestricted power-bearer of Rome over the whole of Asia and an adjoining part of Africa, must be informed about everything, no matter what Rome has imposed upon Asia. Otherwise, I would be forced to regard an imposition unknown to me, becoming active, as a provincial arbitrary action, thus an uprising against Rome and its powers, and had to intervene against it imminently, with all powers available to me. Therefore, you will understand that the authority of Herod must be false. But if the authority is false, you must understand that I have to inform Herod about the fraud, and secondly to take away his false authority and send it to the emperor, so that he himself can punish the evil villains for dishonouring his person. "49. The politics of the temple priests. Says Zinka, "High friend, high lord." We all see this quite clearly. But in addition, we see something that you apparently don't see. Says Cyrenius, and this would be... Says Zinka, it is the dear state politics according to which, in nearly all times and in all countries of the earth, priesthoods possess certain privileges, whereby they can do many things, which would be regarded as a crime for the rest of humanity. Priests are daringly enough to impose themselves almost as gods onto the people, and carrying the supposedly word of God according to their own interest in their mouth before the people. And nobody stand up against them, and even the emperor must watch this cheeky game with a friendly face, for the sake of the old habitual national superstition, through which the people are kept in a certain obedient, modest position, and not rising up against the king of a country, if he nearly always gives them laws which are difficult to follow and imposes heavy taxes on them. But if the priests are allowed to do as they please in the place of God, even the emperor will not act too seriously, if those nation numists, in requisite circumstances, sometimes secretly or even openly slip into the skin of a monarch, to speak in his name or even impose laws, if they regard it as salutary for the ruler, for his country, and of course also for themselves. What especially in those provinces must appear forgivable, which are very far away from the ruler's residence, as the Jewish homeland here. If the emperor today demands from them an explanation and responsibility for the false authority, they will speak the absolute truth, that they have done this without any instructions. But alongside, they will also be able to give the emperor a very good reason whereby they have done this only to the best advantage of the monarch and his state. And they will also try to prove in great detail and sun-bright clarity why such an imposition was necessary, and what use it yielded for the state and the monarch. And in the end, the emperor will be forced to praise and reward them. Question them today, and after the interrogation you will be able to punish them just as little as the emperor himself, and in the end you will even be forced to confirm the certain authority for Herod, if they can prove to you that such an act was necessary, namely to put up certain barriers for Herod's imperiousness because without it, with his immeasurable treasures and wealth, he could easily set up a large army unit, putting him in the position to categorically start negotiating with you Romans. However, they discovered the plot, and by enlightenment from above, they immediately used the right means, whereby Herod received a pro forma privilege from the emperor's willpower, which he otherwise would have taken by force in the near future. If the temple knights come with such explanation to you, what else can you do other than praise and reward them? Says Cyrenius, I'm not yet completely convinced about that. If Herod had such an evil plan in mind and wanted to carry it out, why wasn't I informed about it in a secret way? I also could have seized the correct means against it. It isn't that far from Jerusalem to Sidon or Tyre. And finally, how are the temple clerics going to explain the large treasure and the 30 camels which they have taken away from the emperor? I think this will be somewhat difficult for them. Said Zinka, High friend, high lord. Apparently you possess a lot of thorough state knowledge, but in this matter you seem to be very inexperienced, like someone who never held only one house scepter in his hand. Firstly, danger by delay, and secondly, avoidance of any dangerous publicity in the matter. If you had known it too early, you would have immediately besieged the whole of Jerusalem and have guarded it thoroughly. This would have caused a large excitement among the people, and they would have hated you bitterly for it. Herod then would have used such mood against you to his advantage, by which entirely different, quite unpredictable consequences could have originated. Taking all this into account and knowing it beforehand, the temple in its divine wisdom did something, whereby without any noise the bad matter was remedied. At the right time they would have anyway informed you and the emperor quite gently about what had happened, accompanied with the advice what should be done further. The treasures destined for the emperor they could have handed to you in any way, only after they had found it advisable to inform you about everything. If you, high friend and high lord, would most certainly have received such answers to some of your questions, tell me, if you, according to true state politics, could have done anything else than praise the temple clerics highly and reward them according to the law, like every good and honest businessman must be rewarded with 10 to 100. Says Cyrenius, but if I, by myself, am only too convinced about the extraordinary wickedness of the temple clerics, can I still praise and reward them? Isn't there any means or way to get hold of those brothers of Satan? Says Zinker, if Zinker or you know the evil knights better and abhors them more deeply, is a significant question. If I could destroy the temple and all synagogues with one breath, believe me, I would not need more than 2 moments to think about. But the situation is such that even a God can give you no other advice than, for the time being, look at the evil game with a friendly face. If the time comes later, advice will also come. According to my calculation and the calculation of John, in 40 years' time from now on, they will be completely ripe to fall down, and you will be forced to conquer Judea again and the whole of Jerusalem, and must destroy their nests from the ground upwards. Before that time, very little or even nothing can be done against them by force, except what I have advised you before. In time, you can ask them about the things and matters under discussion. However, if you receive an explanation apparently immediately, then act as I have told you. Otherwise, you will give the matter a bad ending. "50. The teaching of the prophet of Galilee. Says Cyrenius, friend, I acknowledge your great insight and cleverness, and Herod has raised an advocate in you for himself, whose equal cannot be found in the whole of Judea. But now you are not like a Herod anymore, but Roman, and you will never more need to represent the case of Herod, but purely ours, and this for us. Therefore you can learn more about certain things which have concentrated at this point along the sea, and actually why. However, above all, just tell me what you would do if suddenly from somewhere the great prophet from Galilee would appear. Says Zinker, I? Nothing. I would let him go his way. Of course I would like to talk to him, to see if John was right to say that he was not worthy to loosen his shoelaces. John was a highly wise prophet and had more light than all the old prophets together. Now, if John gives such testimony about Jesus of Nazareth, how great, how wise, and how mighty must he be? You know, hi friend, if I seriously wanted to arrest Jesus, even only to pretend I have, I could have done it long ago. Since most of the time I actually knew where Jesus stayed. But I truly do not want to do this. And said in all honesty, I had a certain fear of this man. According to everything what I have heard about him, and this from plausible witnesses, even from Samaritans, he must have the fullness of any sort of perfected divinity. Or he must be a shrewd magician from the old Egyptian school. Under no circumstances I want anything in particular to do with him, since then I would get all the dust in my face. Verily, I only wanted to see and speak to him, but only under the friendliest circumstances. But not even from far away in this my henchman clothes. Now I myself ask Zinka and say, Dear friend, I'm also someone who knows Jesus of Nazareth as good as myself, but can tell you about him that he is nobody's enemy, but a benefactor of all who come to him and looking for help from him. He is an enemy of sin, but not of the sinner who regrets his sin and returns in humility to the good. No person has ever been judged and punished by him, even if his sins would be more than the sand in the sea or the grass on earth. His teaching consists, in short, therein that man should recognize as God and loves him above all and loves his neighbour, irrespective what and who he is, high or low, poor or rich, male or female, young or old, just as himself. Who does this all the time and avoids sin will soon experience it in himself, that such teaching is truly from God, and has not come out of the mouth of a person, but out of the mouth of God. Since no person could know what he should do to attain the everlasting life, and in what this consists, only God knows this, and in the end also him who heard it from the mouth of God. He also teaches that all people who want to reach the eternal life must be taught by God. Those who only hear it from people what they should do are still far away from the kingdom of God, since they hear the words slipping from a mortal tongue. But like the tongue which gave the words is mortal, it is the same with the word in the person who heard it. He does not pay attention to it, and does not make it alive by deeds. But the word coming from the mouth of God is not dead but alive, moves the heart and will of a person to the deed, and thereby the whole person becomes alive. But once a person has become alive by the word of God, he stays alive and free forever, and will not ever feel or taste death, even if he could die 1,000 times by his body. See, friend, this is in all shortness the core of the teaching of the great prophet from Nazareth. Tell us how you like him, and then what you think about him.